All right, I will go ahead and call the meeting to order. We'll get started with a roll call. McKee here, Lanterman.
Here.
Friedrich.
Present.
Barenkamp.
Here.
Nichols.
Here.
Something about those two chairs, even when it wasn't you, that chair would always get a present. Let's see here. Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd like to stand and join me in the pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Alrighty. On to agenda approval. Looks like we had one item 6M added to consent, and then 7A and 7B were swapped from, maybe not from a published version, but from the version I saw.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and then item 6G was updated and item 12A was updated. Otherwise, no further changes from staff.
Perfect. Any changes from council?
No.
Can I get a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
I so move.
Second, Barenkamp.
Nichols, second from Barenkamp. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Perfect. We have a presentation from Colin Brown with the Northwest Trails Snowmobile Club. Yes, please. You could just state your name and address or affiliation.
Take one and pass it down.
Yeah, thank you.
This is the newest snowmobile outfit available.
The newest snowmobile map available.
No, outfit I'm talking.
Yeah, sorry,
Huh?
time to stop the moment.
You're putting wheels on all the sleds and stuff? Appreciate you.
Colin Brown, thank you for having me. I'm the trail administrator for Northwest Trail Association. We are the volunteer association nonprofit that marks and maintains the snowmobile trails literally from Lake Minnetonka all the way up through Dayton on this side of the Crow River. We have just under 200 miles of trails, and the city of Corcoran has been our sponsor. And Natalie was with me at our annual DNR meeting that we have, and I'm required to do that as the club's trail administrator. I handle all of our 45 captains that mark our trail sections and deal with our landowners. We have just under 200 landowners, and a lot of them are corporate residents. Some of them former council members. And snowmobiling is actually a pretty unique sport. If somebody doesn't know this, just to kind of diverge a little bit, it's the only sport truly in the world that is organized and trails and the whole sport is maintained by volunteers, 100%. We're not paid to do our job. We're not paid to go talk to landowners. We're not paid to put a sign in the ground, and we're not paid to do any brushing or grooming or anything. So the sport relies on a grant from the DNR and the state every year. It's called the Grant in Aid program. And if you go to the DNR website, it's laid out specifically on that. You can get any type of information you want on it. But the Grant and Aid system is how we get our funding. And we get our funding two ways. One is gas tax, and the other is snowmobile registrations. So in order for the clubs in the state to receive these funds, they need a sponsor. We're nonprofit, and I don't know, because I'm not an attorney, but they're not allowed to give monies directly to the nonprofit. You have to have an intermediary sponsorship. And that sponsorship for our club has always been the city of Corcoran. So thank you, by the way. We've had a wonderful relationship with Corcoran, and we hope to maintain that relationship for as long as we can maintain trails in the area. But our biggest problem, unlike other clubs in other areas of the state, is obviously development. So I'm here for any questions that anybody has. I know a lot of the council members are newer, and same with the people behind the scenes running everything. So please fire away if you have any questions that I can answer.
Any questions from council?
I don't have questions, but I want to thank you for what you do for the city. It's a great amenity to offer to residents in the area, and I know it's a lot of work, just like a lot of the volunteer organizations that support the city are.
Mhm.
So thank you, and thank you to the Northwest
Yep.
Trails Group.
The hardest thing for us is the 10% in anything that ruins it for everybody else. Trespassing, not staying on trail. But we're a proactive group. A lot of our club members are not only former council members, but local residents of your municipalities, your farmers, your people. So we're always here to help. We're the peacemakers. We just want to make it a safer trail, more enjoyable trail for the landowners, the police, the riders, and everybody. So if there's ever an issue, know that we can deal with it mid-season too. We can get stakes in the ground with drills, and we do that. So if we need to add ticker tape or a do not enter, no snowmobiling or whatnot, that's kind of our job. We want to maintain the trails, and the only way you can do that is if you react well and timely to a problem. So.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Quick question, and I read every one of our quarterly newsletters and stuff. Do we put anything in from these folks as far as trails are marked, stay on the trails, anything like that? Is that a request we can
We love that.
have?
So I do
from them?
believe that we've promoted it in the past.
Okay.
We make the maps available at the desk
Yep.
to folks, and we've also had links in the past on our website so that people can access it that way.
Might be nice to get on the city maps page where we have all the different kinds of maps, if you have like a PDF version of that.
Yeah, we have, actually, we're very fortunate because the employee at Polaris that handles their ride command app, if anybody's familiar with that, it's an app that shows the whole world every snowmobile trail, and it's
Yeah.
very interactive, and it's kind of the standard for snowmobilers, and he happens to be able to submit
Cool.
that within like a GIX format to the DNR, so our trails are always, quite honestly, perfectly accurate on the app,
Cool.
on the DNR website, and we'd love to be able to overlay that with Corcoran. And so yes,
Yeah.
is the answer.
Great, yeah, if you could give that to us,
Yeah.
we could,
So
Social media.
where I was going, I'm
and yeah, on
sorry.
social, yeah.
I'm sorry, where I was going is I'd like to see that before the snow falls, so in the fall, winter format as far as our newsletter and such. I know I get farmers asking me, what can the city do to keep people on the trails and stuff? We've got, like you said, 10% makes it
Yep.
miserable for the rest and
Right.
stuff. And I fall back to, I don't know how many years ago it was, and Matt's not here, but we used to have snowmobiles for our police to be able to do that and stuff. We don't have that anymore. And I don't think that's in anything. I don't know how it would work and stuff, but,
Unless you can, convince that Polaris contact to donate a couple.
well, I
Kidding,
know.
kidding.
I know a couple of guys at Polaris, so I'll make some contacts too, but I'm sure you guys got plenty of contacts there too. What else can we do if everybody agrees up here to continue support and sponsor you guys? What else can us as city do for you?
You know, there's really not much other than helping us communicate when there
Okay.
is a problem, because we want to get on it right away. And I have a relationship with my Three Rivers Park District officer,
First
Chad
contact
Dickey,
to
and I'll
donate.
call him up
Couple.
and say,
Well, I
Kidding,
know-
kidding.
So,
I know a couple of guys at Polaris, so I'll make some contacts too, but I'm sure you guys got plenty of contacts there too. What else can we do if everybody agrees up here to continue support and sponsor you guys? What else can us as city do? They've got their sled,
you know,
so
it's
that's
really
your
not hard
cover.
other than
Okay,
helping us
all right,
communicate when
okay.
there's a problem, because we want to spot it right away. And I have a relationship with my Three Rivers Park District officer,
First
Chad
contact
Dickey,
to
and I'll
donate.
call him up
Couple.
and say,
Well, I know.
Kidding.
I know a couple of guys at Polaris, so I'll make some contacts too, but I'm sure you guys got plenty of contacts there too. what else can we do if everybody agrees up here to continue support and sponsor you guys? What else can their businesses, city? No, they've got their slush, no, so it's, that's your coverage. Okay, I'm all for continuing support and such. It's an amenity that our city has that I think should stay as long as possible.
First contact to donate. Couple.
Well, I know.
Kidding.
I know a couple of guys that players, so if there be, I'll make some contacts too, but I'm sure you guys got plenty of contacts there too. What else can we do if everybody agrees up here to continue support and sponsor you guys? What else can their businesses, city? No, they've got their slush, no, so it's, that's your coverage. So, I'm all for continuing support.
Yeah, great if you could follow up.
Such, it's an amenity that our city has that I think they stay as long as possible.
I'll follow up. Colin, thanks so much for coming. You know, this was exactly what I was hoping for.
I know a couple of guys that players, so if there be,
To raise awareness. You know, I'm not an activist.
plenty of contacts there too.
Special about Corcoran.
What else
and as
can
we
we
have
do
changes, we need to
if everybody agrees up here to continue
about
support
how
and sponsor
we're
you
going to
guys?
protect
What
that
else
or
can their
help
businesses,
shift.
no, they've got their
as things change,
that's
so that it
covered.
continue to
So, I'm all for continuing support.
Yeah, great if you could follow up.
Such, it's an amenity that our city has that I think they stay as long as possible.
I'll follow up. Colin, thanks so much for coming. You know, this was exactly what I was hoping for.
I know a couple of guys that players, so if there be,
To raise awareness. You know, I'm not an activist.
plenty of contacts there too.
Special about Corcoran.
What else
and as
can
we
we
have
do
changes, we need to
if everybody agrees up here to
about
continue
how
support and sponsor
we're
you
going to
guys?
protect
What
that
else
or
can their
help
businesses,
shift.
no, they've got their slush.
as things change,
That's
so
your
that it
coverage.
continue to
I'm all for continuing
Yeah,
support.
great if you could follow up.
Such, it's an amenity that our city has that I think they stay as long as possible.
I'll follow up. Colin, thanks so much for coming. You know, this was exactly what I was hoping for.
I know a couple of guys that players, so if there be,
To raise awareness. You know, I'm not an activist.
plenty of contacts there too.
Special about Corcoran.
What else
and as
can
we
we
have
do
changes, well,
if
building is
everybody
starting
agrees
right now.
up here to
About
continue
how,
support and
and then the weed related east-west trail, and search corridor is happening. Staff and I were just at it through yesterday, and we were just driving home, how Corcoran needs to have a regional park, and those corridors, thanks so much for coming. You know, this was exactly what I was hoping for.
I know a couple of guys that players, so if there be,
To raise awareness. You know, I'm not an activist.
plenty of contacts there too.
Special about Corcoran.
What else
and as
can
we
we
have
do
changes, well, building is starting right now. About how, and then the weed related east-west trail, and search corridor is happening. Staff and I were just at it through yesterday, and we were just driving home, how Corcoran needs to have a regional park, and thanks so much. You know, this was exactly what I was hoping for.
I know a couple of guys that players, so if there be,
To raise awareness. You know, I'm not an activist.
plenty of contacts there too.
Special about Corcoran.
What else
and as
can
we
we
have
do
changes, well, building is starting right now. How, and then the weed related east-west trail, and search corridor is happening. Staff and I were just at it.
Yep.
And we were just driving
Talked to
home,
them just the other day.
how Corcoran needs to have a regional park, thanks so much. You know, this is exactly what I was hoping for.
I know a couple of Michelle, you had a question too.
Jeremy, then Michelle.
If it's true that the Park District has
Special about Corcoran.
What else can we do?
Well, building is starting right now.
I'm wondering if we should think about
the
a
weed related east-west trail.
wider trail dedication or requirement.
Staff and I were just at it.
Yep.
Avoid confrontation
Talked to them just the other day.
with council and parties. Can we have required dedication for park and greenway, that can be practical from the outdated now?
Michelle, you had a question.
We'll probably want to
Jeremy, then Michelle.
play in advance. If it's true that the Park District has
We'll definitely consider that, as far as building going into our comp plan.
I'm wondering if this has to be think about
As we're talking about the impact on the environment, density, and then through our part of our plan to then identify where those areas employee compensation. Ironically, the three repurpose trail standards have a wider practical amount of consideration. And so that's part of the reason in order to accommodate other activities. We'll definitely consider that as far as talking about the impact
And if we only require 20,
and then
will be part of the yeah, what they would want,
identify where those
applications. And it might fit better. I appreciate
ironically
suggestion, but with council's objective around time, we have
the three repurpose trail standards
maybe that's better part of practical
and so that's part of the reason in order to accommodate other activities. We'll definitely consider that as far as
and if we only require 20,
and then
will be part of yeah, what they would want, identify where it might fit better.
ironically
But with council's objective around time, we have
the three repurpose trail standards have a wider practical. Also, as we're working with Kelly and her team, that's ensuring as things change in the government, ensuring that we are aligned with whatever that policy is, rather than trying to drive the policy. We'll check in with them and confirm what the standard is on misplaced or displaced activities and how they want what we need to do in order to ensure that we are
it might fit better.
ironically.
But with council's objective around time, we have
the three repurpose trail standards have a wider practical. Also, as we're working with Kelly and her team, that's ensuring as things change in the government, ensuring that we are aligned with whatever that policy is, rather than trying to drive the We'll check in with them and confirm what the standard is on misplaced or displaced activities and how they want what we need to do in order to ensure that we are
it might fit better.
ironically. Yes, sir. We have two comment cards. One also as Karen Leibowitz and one from David Roy. Whoever would like to go first, please state your name and your address. Again, for anyone else that's in the audience who'd like to try, this is the time to talk about something that's not on the agenda for today. And so if there's still somebody else that would like to talk, the cards are by the door. Fill out a card.
An additional reminder, it's not really just discussion, but council's certainly listening and staff's listening
And aerial text and
when
stuff.
needed.
Yeah, thank you.
Hang on to,
Did I hear you got married recently? Congratulations. I had that like an hour-long conversation with Carl the other day. Yeah, just out of nowhere. Small one. Awesome. I'm happy for you. Alrighty, go right ahead. If you could just give us your name and address for the record too, Karen, that'd be great.
Karen Limewood at 8105 County Road 116. I'm actually the property right across from City Hall. We've got the berms and the lilac trees and the fir trees. And I am here today, I want to be efficient, I gave you a packet of pictures, but I want to inform you what's going on with M&I development. Rush Creek Reserve, and our drainage issues with them. David Foy and I are the northern homeowners, just north of Rush Creek Reserve. Back in 2014, when Rush Creek Reserve was originally planned, in the mandate, the developers were instructed to work with the northern property owners regarding drainage. Basically, we've got 200 homes behind us with impervious surfaces into our property. Now, if you came out to our property and you just took a walk down the gravel road and you looked at the ditch that Em and I put in, you would think it looks pretty nice. It's a bucolic setting. A little creek, you know, some farmland, some beautiful trees, and if you just looked around and glanced, it would look like everything's fine. But I'm here to tell you that it's not fine, and I have 3 issues to present to inform you of that I believe you need to know about. The 3 issues are culvert, drainage, and city council's intervention. I have the packet of photos. Photo number 1 is a picture of our culvert, which Em and I put in. And you can imagine there's a gravel road down the middle, and on either side they slapped together some rock and brick. And I have to tell you that it is actually a disgrace what they put in, because it has no border. It is open to kids, to vehicles falling in, to erosion, to the gravel road falling into this culvert. Now, if you follow our county, or follow our private drive down another 400 feet, 35 years ago, the city of Corcoran required that the homeowner put in a culvert, and it's actually a huge cement behemoth. So when you look at that culvert that was required 35 years ago, and you look at this, all I can say is it's a disgrace. And the truth is, it's a lawsuit waiting to happen for us homeowners. And I won't be responsible, the city of Corcoran won't be responsible, but Dave and I will get sued, you know, if the post office truck falls into that culvert. And the important thing about this culvert is that Em and I both agree, you know, that it needs to be fixed. Because we've been working with Em and I for 3 years. 3 spring times, they said, we're gonna do it, and it never gets done. And that's where I need your city council intervention. The second point is more controversial, but the second photo, you'll see either side of the culvert, south side on the left of the page, and the north side to the right. And you see the south side is clear and deep and wide. We've got water in there. The north side is just filled with volunteer trees and weeds and crap, and it's shallow, and there's no way to maintain it. The developer actually stopped. They cleared it out, but they stopped at this watershed line. I don't know where the watershed line starts or ends, but that was their excuse. I have to call it an excuse for not, you know, cleaning out the north side of the ditch. Page 3, not every packet has
Karen,
page
that was the
3.
5 minutes. Can I get a motion from council to extend Karen's time?
Yes.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Perfect. And just, if you can be mindful of, just because we have a lot of people today.
I appreciate that
perfect.
very much. And basically, you can see the south side is fine, but the north side is not fine. You have a close-up view of the weeds and the volunteer trees that we're not able to maintain. And the last picture is where they stopped working. You can kind of see the curve of the ditch that they put in. But I'm asking your help that you will have the developers fix the culvert. Because we all agree on that, even the developers did. I'm asking for your help in resolving the drainage. Because you have M&I's reserve money. So if M&I doesn't do it, you have their money to do it for them. you have the engineering resources, you've got the political savvy and connections and authority, I would say, to work with the watershed district and with M&I. And just to use an old expression, I'm asking you just to get her done. And thank you for the extension, and David has some embellishments for us.
Sounds good. Thank you, Karen.
And like she said, embellishments. So David Boyd, 8115 County 116, across the street, immediately west of Karen. And before I just had a couple notes, I just wanted to tell everybody, Karen just got married. Isn't that cool?
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Karen.
She didn't know, man, she'll turn red now. 3 weeks ago? 3 weeks ago. Okay, so I really don't have a whole lot to add because Karen was very thorough. The bridge that was put in by Steve Lesser, the city demanded that bridge. It's a culvert bridge. Now, instead of three culverts like that are in my front yard, that M&I put in through their contractor, it's got one gigantic culvert. And so that was demanded by the city to be built like a bridge. Anybody's welcome to walk. It's private road. Walk down, look at it. It's got concrete side road. It's safe. No one's gone off the bridge. No one's fallen over the bridge. I have grandchildren. Karen's got grandchildren. We feel like we're a voice crying in the wilderness. This has been a subject, not for a year or two, but for a dozen years. Long before M&I built, we had water issues coming from the neighbor to the south because the water flows north. The last time we met as a large group on our land, I met with some of you in the but as a large group, was with M&I. And that was 2023, and they actually promised, and look it up in your records, it was in this room on my site, they promised to have it done in 2024, spring of 2024. They ran out of time in 2023, they said. So because of health reasons, I wasn't on top of forcing them to do anything, and after a while I get tired of it. So the last thing I'll say about, the two things about that, what we call the bridge is really just three culverts, and there's erosion issues and have been from the day it was done. Even the guys that put it in admitted it won't hold up. And they're kind of laughing because they said, well, this is what we're getting paid to do, but it's not going to hold up. Secondly, there's no guardrails, nothing to stop a vehicle or kids to go over the side. So you may say, well, who cares? It's only, a couple feet deep. On one side, it is only a couple feet deep, and that's the third issue. The other side, it gets 4 to 5 feet deep in the heavy spring rains. We have pictures. We won't bore you with more pictures. You've got a few in front of you. So that's not just dangerous, it's not holding up, and it was promised a year and a half ago to do something. And I was in the hospital out of state during the February meeting, where I understand it was voted to approve what Evan was looking for. Unrelated to this was money set aside for something else, and I'm glad they didn't get all the money back. Because something that's come up, I don't mean a couple times, probably 8 or 10 times. Some of you on the council know about it, staff knows about it, and that is what Karen said. From basically our common driveway, which I share with 5 of us share that driveway, from that driveway that crosses the new channel that M&I put in, if you look at M&I's channel, it's about 10 to 12 feet wide, 4 to 5 feet deep. Now, I'm not an engineer, but it's just common sense. You can't have 2 gigantic culverts coming from M&I facing us, a great big deep channel, it hits the road, our common driveway, and when it goes north, it squeezes down to 3 or 4 feet. And it's full of weeds and brush and trees, volunteer trees. We couldn't get in there and do anything about it even if we wanted to, because we've asked that it be shaped in such a way we can actually mow it and knock down and maintain it once it's done. So it's time to have somebody dig deep and get that done. We were told flat out by a prior city manager, they're not gonna do anything about it, it's not a city problem, it's not an M&I problem, it's my problem because I own the land. And I pointed out to them, the last time I tried to do something with this, I got served with a cease and desist order from the DNR because I dug up 3 inches of weeds and organic material. And it was a 11-month battle to get that fixed. So clearly it needs to be done. it ought not be Karen and I pay for it, or my other neighbors that have health issues that couldn't be here. We shouldn't have paid for it. We didn't create the problem. Common sense says when you look at the channel coming at us, who would think that that huge channel would be neck down to 3 feet in weeds and it's about 2 feet deep? So we're meeting next Friday, Jason, thanks for setting that up, Friday at 2 o'clock. Between now and then, I think the heat needs to go on for M&I saying, finish the job, deal with the watershed district, even though nobody wants to talk to those people. Deal with the watershed district, demand they finish the job, and do north of the road what they paid for south of the road. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ah, that was perfect. I was on 5 minutes on the nose. That's impressive. Alrighty. Anyone else for open forum?
No other cards, no callers.
Okay. Then we will move on to item 6, which is consent agenda. Does anyone want to pull anything?
I do. B,
B. Anything else, Mark?
No.
Okay.
6G for me.
6G. Dean. Anything else? Going once, going twice? Sold. Okay. I will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda items A, C through F, and H through M.
so moved. Nichols.
Do you have a second?
I will second it, but if we could just have a real quick discussion after that.
Sure. Motion
Thanks.
second. Discussion?
Now,
Yeah.
is that okay?
I mean, you want it before the motion,
After
or
the,
before the vote, right?
after the vote, please.
Oh, okay.
It'll be simple.
Sure. We'll call the vote then. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Well, that passes. Dean?
Mr. Mayor, we get a couple of special visitors again tonight. Maureen, where'd you go? That was a big deal. I'd like to introduce a couple of little guys laying around on the floor. They've been very, very good, and I appreciate them very much, and I appreciate what Maureen and her team does for us in Corcoran, taking care of our canine and those kind of things. Can you bring them up? And they might not want to say hi, but I always like putting them under pressure.
If I could, Councilmember Varenkamp, as a retired military guy, I'm pretty proud of
Yeah.
these two pups, because these pups are in training in order to go serve veterans in need as service dogs. And so they are pursuing a noble calling, facilitated by Maureen and her team. And on behalf of so many veterans who benefit from these types of supportive animals, I just want to say thanks, Maureen, for what you do for people like me and so many others. So, thanks.
Seriously. It's amazing some of the stuff that service animals in particular and dogs can medically do to help people that science doesn't fully understand how, but it definitely makes a difference in the outcome, and it's astonishing. So, really
And if I
appreciate what you
could,
guys are
Mr.
doing.
Mayor, continue to speak. So what was on consent for the audience, for those who are watching at home, was an ordinance amendment that's going to allow the next step to go forward with a plan as Maureen changes her site for what they already do at all seasons to also be able to train more. So they don't train on that location right now, but by the ordinance amendment, the next step will be coming forward to talk about the planning in order to create more spaces for Maureen to be able to train even more dogs to help even more people. So, thank you.
Maureen, I don't know if you have anything prepared, but you spoke very well at the planning commission, so.
If people don't know, for the last, my husband and I have lived in Corcoran for going on 21 years. For the last 20 years, we've operated a dog boarding facility, and quietly, if you drove by, you probably wouldn't even know that we're there. And 10 years ago, we started breeding and raising and training and donating dogs to Minnesota veterans. And we're 59 dogs in. We've got 5 that we've already done in the last couple of months. We've got 6 in training right now. But our goal is to typically with us, and then we've got, Jenna and Katie here. Katie, a Corcoran resident. Jenna's been with our family with the dog business for 18 years. And so Jenna's done multiple dogs. Katie and her husband have done multiple dogs, with us. And so we have been training out of another property that I have actually in Rogers, that's a horse farm. And so we're just trying to have a dedicated building to do the training at our, main property, so. We do a lot for, veterans from anywhere from night terror interruptions to, we train the dogs can learn, their veteran's response and head it off prior to an actual reaction, so they can, learn the smell when somebody is escalating into a situation, and they can shut it down prior to that, so they go and they do what they call, they give comfort or pressure to them. Sometimes it's, starts out just like by the leg or the foot area, and then it can get where they put extreme pressure on your thigh if you're sitting down, but they go everywhere. We certify them for flight training at the airports, so many of our dogs are at the airports on a regular basis, flying throughout the country with the veterans that have received them. We service pretty much anybody. We do have some Wisconsin veterans that have received our dogs. We donate them at no cost to the veterans, so there's actually zero cost to anybody to receive the dogs. We work with a clinical psychologist in the VA that helps certify that says the veteran is able to receive it. We have a very simple process to apply to receive a dog, and we spend 3 to 4 months in actual training with the veteran to get them into being a certified handler of a service dog. So the dogs are mutually certified. The dog is certified, the handler is certified, that has their full service access rights. These dogs are just 6 months old, so they're very young. This is really kind of the tough stage, to be honest with you.
They're doing great.
This is, the really challenge between listening and self-assertion, but they're doing really good.
That one knows where the treats are. That's a good thing. Easy to train. Quick question. Are you familiar with or have you worked with Magnus Foundation in Dayton?
So we do partner with Magnus.
Awesome. I was going to suggest that.
In case you don't know what Magnus Foundation is, just up the road in Dayton, there's a facility that's absolutely wonderful. And it serves everything from like doctor care, mental health care, physical therapy, art therapy, a lot of things that go on there. They serve about 5,000 veterans a year free of cost. So veterans, if they don't want to go all the way to the VA, there's physicians and everything like that free of cost to them at Magnus. So we do partner with them, and they are a referral source for veterans that would benefit from the dog.
Glad to hear it. Yeah, they're a great group.
It's a great place. They have open tours on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I think, and you can go up there. It was a beautiful old estate that was actually given to a family member, and that family member, who is a physician and a therapist, he has turned it into this wonderful facility for veterans. And so, as I say, we're trying to strengthen the corridor of care for veterans here right at the Northwest Corridor. So if they don't feel like going all the way to St. Cloud, if they don't feel like going to St. Paul, they can receive care right here. They have full lab testing, x-ray care, and everything available right there at free of cost. So we do partner with them, with our dogs.
Glad to hear it.
And with that, Mr. Mayor, I can say honestly, I'm proud to have you as a small business in our community in everything you do. I know a lot of this is donated time and such, so it's huge. Appreciate it very much. And
it's all volunteer.
yeah, and I'm glad to see the facility changing. You're in a perfect area, not a ton of neighbors or anything, and one more commercial all season is a dog motel too. So I know you guys are plenty busy, and I never see advertised. So it is.
Probably just keep going and know that we're there.
We do have a new one coming to town, a great big one on the corner of 101 and Steeg Road, but that's a whole other conversation. But thank you guys very much. I've known Maureen since my old neighborhood over in Maple Grove, and she's a great neighbor, a great person, great business.
They're going, what did we do to get applause? But I like
Thank you guys. And I got to remember names.
This is Tilly and Jace.
Jace. Ace, I remember, I don't remember, you brought Kelly last
Yep,
time
I
too?
had
All right,
Love it. Thanks for bringing them
boys.
in.
Yeah, thank you.
good dogs.
Of course. Thank you. Alrighty. We will move on to, let's see here. Mark, you had pulled item 6B.
Yes.
Go right ahead.
If you could just turn to page 1 of 8 of the invoice general ledger. At the bottom, or near the bottom of the page, there is a check, a payment to our vendor Computer Integration Tech.
What page?
What's that?
What page?
Page 1 of 8 of the general ledger. So across the top, it says invoice GL distribution report.
Okay.
You see that? And then it says to the right, page 1 of 8.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, that's it. So toward the bottom of the page, there is a check to a vendor. Our vendor's name is Computer Integration Tech. The memo says April 2025 retainer, and it's a check in the amount of $2,600. With that payment in mind, could you please go to page 6 of 8? Toward the top of the page, there are 2 additional checks to the same vendor, one of which is for $4,185. And the memo states that it's monthly billable SER, I guess that's service. And I guess my concern is, because my understanding of the term retainer is the city is paying ahead of time for services rendered. And so we're paying for services ahead of time, and then we're also paying for the services when they're being rendered. I believe that this is double billing, and I would ask for an audit of these payments.
If I could,
Yes,
Mr.
please.
Mayor, so we have actually been conducting an audit, and based on past requests that you had, we can demonstrate by the invoice in which it demonstrates that the retainer is actually decreasing the amount of billable services. So what I would say is that that March billable services for $41.85 would have been another $2,500 more, or $2,600 more expensive.
So it's for services outside of the scope.
No, there are billable services, and then there's, we can share with you the invoices, but it demonstrates that the retainer is, as you had asked in past council meetings, the retainer is decreasing the billable service bill by the retainer amount, as it should. And also to follow up on your request for an audit, since our IT manager, Dean, joined us, Dean and Alicia have been in the process of conducting an audit, and we're going to present to council here forthcoming the results of what they're discovering from that audit, and then be able to explain one of the questions we owe you is what changes as we've added an IT manager full-time versus what still our need is with CIT. So that will be forthcoming.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on that?
No.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion to approve consent agenda item 6B.
So moved, Mayor Kim.
Do we have a second?
I will second. Nichols?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Perfect. And then Dean G.
Yeah, I just, with the stuff that's going on, and I'm a neighbor to all of this stuff, what is the status of this now? We got the message from
Steve Ling.
this afternoon and such. Where are we at? Again, what I'm understanding is they want to build a home on the 40 acres, and we need a lot more related to a split, a north, or how do I want to say it? Yes, a northwest road identified for future growth, future plans, those kind of things. Is there stuff that can be shared with that out front here, and what can be done? And the biggest thing that I'm concerned about is They've owned it a couple of years and they'd like to build a home. One home is what I understand. Can we get them to that point somehow, some way,
Sure.
anytime soon?
Mr. Mayor, yeah, so, the application before you tonight is for a minor subdivision, and the final plat exhibit for the subdivision of the property. The current legal description of the property includes, the title Outlot B of the Weenan Woods edition, and the way that our code is written is outlots are subject to development subject to platting prior to development, so before they're able to actually develop anything on the property, whether that's the lot split or just building a house on it, it needs to be platted first. So that's why this application is before you today. One of the concerns that staff has had with the application is the need for just planning for an internal road network off of County Road 30, just as there's a lot of properties in the surrounding vicinity that have development rights remaining. Those are expected to subdivide in the future, and knowing that the county limits the number of direct access points onto the county road, we're planning for that internal road network to address those concerns in the future. And so with this application, we're requiring the dedication of a roadway easement. It's not, we're not requiring the construction of the road itself, just the dedication of the easement that would run east-west through the property.
So just to summarize it, they could put a driveway in, and I think the driveway's already there, but we'd like to do something. I know the section or the 40 acres to the west is now up for sale and such. But we are basically and only asking for an easement for future growth, and God, I hope there's no future growth out there for 40 years plus, whether it's clear on the other side of town and such. So it is something that simple, but yet why are we getting so much conflict and such? Or is it something that can be fixed? Is it something that can be worked out so we could see a home there soon? Or that's a lot of presumption on my part?
If the plat was approved tonight, they could proceed with recording that plat at the county level and then go through the building permit process. But that plat tonight does include the dedication of the roadway easement, just for that future internal road network planning.
So what you're asking for tonight will take it the next step?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
What would trigger that road to be built, and who would pay for it?
I think that's hard to know at this point.
The specifics of that is unclear, but as the neighboring properties subdivide, right now we've identified an access point that would connect up with Garden Lane, and would loop north-south there and then loop west through this property, but the exact moment in which the road would be constructed I think is unclear right now.
It would entirely depend on the subdivision proposals in front of us.
Yeah.
But as Councilor Varenkamp had said, we are aware that the lot to the west is up for sale, and that could potentially be subdivided into multiple lots. And this lot could also be further subdivided. The lots to the east, I believe, are currently being farmed right now. So
All farmland, yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
but they also have development rights as well. So it's just planning for
Yep.
the health of the future.
And then again, I understand our planning department and stuff, we've got the 6 lots, the one's already built on the south side of 10, which is in this general vicinity. Bechtold Farms was done, that's complete and stuff, so you're thinking and feeling that we're going to see a little bit more of this as things go on and stuff, but who knows when that easement would be needed?
Yeah,
Okay.
we did something similar for Bechtold Farms where there's a house that kind of
Yeah.
prevented Garden Lane from going all the way down. So they provided us with the easement to provide for that eventual connection should that house ever be redeveloped, go away, so that we can provide that eventual network there. So that we didn't require them to build the road. So it's kind of assuming at that point it'd either be a developer-driven project to bring the road all the way through, or it'd be a city project, so.
And again, on this 40 acres, 30 something, if I remember right. They have 4 development rights, they wanna use one to build the home that they're asking for, and the other 3 are still hanging out.
Well, to be clear, it's a 2-lot subdivision.
Okay,
So that there's, I don't remember how many.
So, yeah, so they would split off, I can't remember the exact acreage, I think it was maybe 5 acres off the top of my head, on the northeast corner of the
Yeah.
property, and then the rest would remain as a 40-acre parcel, and then would retain the other 2 unused development rights. So they would use one for their house, and they'd give one to the new lot, and then they would hold, their 40-acre lot would hold the other 2 development rights.
so you're feeling that you can work with the owners and the person representing this to get this going so they can build a house?
Correct, yeah, if it's approved tonight, then they're,
Okay.
they're able to proceed with the recording and building permit process.
Okay.
Any other questions?
With that, I'd make a motion for 6
To approve
G.
6G,
to approve.
seconded by Friedrich.
Is there an option to speak?
Not with consent. There is not, unless council feels it differently. I don't believe so. There is.
I wouldn't mind giving a couple of minutes, I don't know.
Process-wise,
I
John?
sense there's
Okay.
issues, so,
Council's discretion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we can, make an exception here, and if you'd like to come up and speak for a couple minutes.
Thank you. My name is Melissa, this is my husband Aaron. We are the people who bought the land and want to live there. The concern about the easement is over the fact that it will bifurcate the property and completely diminish the value. We did not want to go through a subdivision process. When we bought it, we thought we would just come in for a building permit. We met with city planning and they said, you cannot build, you have to go through the plat. So we decided to do that. Now, a quick note, the cost of doing this so far is $23,011.29. To get to where we are, to get that removed, that word outlawed. So then in June, after we had applied, after we had met with them twice with our engineer, they said you're going to need a north-south easement on the entire border. And we objected and said, that goes through the wetland that you just made us pay $5,000 to certify. And it will go through the noble's house. We have a problem with that. So we finally were able to meet with them again in November, I believe that's correct. And at that time, they said, yeah, you're right. We don't need that. Now we think we need it the other way. So with all due respect, the process has been very painful. And this will bifurcate the property and also sever a small amount that is completely unusable where our driveway is right now. And with the tile inlets and the wetland and the lot that we had proposed, which we did a subdivision because we were encouraged, you need to develop it completely, and we said we don't want to. And they said, you better do it now because it costs a lot of money. So like, okay, let's divide it into 2 and then we have financial security if our kids ever want to go to Harvard, you know, something. Or John's done farming. So we are trying to divide it, but if this easement is approved, where they want it to be is along 30 there was a lot, and then there would be the road bifurcating the property. I don't know who I could ever sell a lot to between 2 roads. And then with the tile inlets for the drainage that goes into Winans property, the only place, and the power line, the only place to put this is literally the build site for our house. And we are putting the house all the way back to the woods so that the family farmer, his name is John Sherber Family Dairy, that's been there for 100 years. We bought it from them so they could continue to farm as much as possible. So there's been no understanding of what we can do with this easement, and it just
dramatically decreases the value of our lot, and we didn't buy 38 acres to live on a street. And the only place to put it is on that street, or right back to our home.
Yeah, so yeah, the short of it is, we didn't buy 40 acres of family farmland to put a road through our front yard, to put a road through it at all. We bought it so that my uncle John Sherber, right next to us, could continue to farm it. Financially, he's in a position to, he needed to sell that end cap. We were looking for land to build. We weren't looking for that much land, but it was something we bid off because we wanted to be able to keep that land in the family so that they could continue to farm it. My uncle needs that land to farm. He would have to rent it, probably from land, if he lost that land to farm. So our goal was just to keep it as farmable as possible. Putting an easement through a 70-foot easement all the way across the property to cut it out that's just not going to happen. So if we want to build a house on it, we're going to have to figure out a way to do it without putting a 70-foot easement across there and someday a future road. My uncle's farming that land now. My cousin Quincy's going to be farming it into the next generation. The original barn is still there. There's a picture of it right there on that wall. That's the family farm heritage that we're trying to preserve. And I'm not going to put a road through it.
So we did propose, we sent an alternative resolution that is the same except for remove the 70-foot easement that would bifurcate the property.
Thank you. Dean, did you have any?
I want to help. How can we help, or is this the only answer?
I don't know how we can do it without.
I believe the staff report and the engineering memo, I completely understand the frustration. Subdivision is not a cheap process. The city code is very clear that outlots basically deferred future planning. And so that's why, especially outlots with development rates, other times outlots are what we put our stormwater ponding or wetlands in, so there's no intention to ever develop upon those. But when we do kind of set aside outlots for future planning, basically it's kind of saying we'll deal with that when we're ready to build on it. And so that's what's in front of us right now, is we have to go through the planning process, and that's where part of the road network discussion's coming with. Staff does respond to applications, so I believe after a real brief initial review, when the application was still incomplete, the initial thinking was a north-south roadway to align with the road across the street. I don't believe we ever meant to convey that it had to go all the way down to the wetland. I think, but regardless, after we met with the applicants in November, that certainly had a chance to reevaluate, and engineering did take a look at the larger picture and believe that it made more sense for this to line up with Garden Lane further west. That's why it's an east-west location, and that messaging has been consistent since November. Based on the building pad that's in the preliminary plat, it does look like there's different options other than having that go through their building pad. We definitely would want to make sure that we're not orphaning land, so that would be part of what gets evaluated. They do have some flexibility in the exact alignment of how that goes through, and certainly in the meantime, while
And
it's
would
not,
that be determined between preliminary and final?
that'd be part of what gets finalized before it goes to recording.
Okay.
And then, sorry, where was it going? We're talking about exact alignment.
The road, the north,
Sorry.
you were talking about the north, the way the road was situated, and you were discussing how it was switching, or you said something about the direction of the road.
So yeah, that's where they would have some flexibility, is in exactly how that aligns. And that'd be part of what gets evaluated here before it goes to recording, so that's part of something that we'd work with engineering on. Oh, and in the meantime, while we're not using it as a road, they're definitely free to farm it. It wouldn't prevent them from using it for farmland in the meantime, so it's more just reserving that for future planning so that we have an internal network, because this entire section between 30 and 10, and this is right in smack dab in the middle of it, does not have an internal network at this point.
Thank you.
Natalie, I'm sorry, you're talking Garden Lane and that's well.
Oh, I'm sorry, for the east. Did I say west? Garden Lane's to the east.
Garden Lane's to the east.
Yep.
Sundance is
Mm-hmm.
the eastern border of this 40 acres.
Yes, and that's originally why the north-south alignment we thought would make sense, but we looked at it all of like less than an hour for reaching at that. That was just part of the completeness review that's completed, so that's, and it was determined the application was incomplete, and so to try to not spend staff time on applications, we technically don't continue review after it's determined incomplete, and we have communicated with that. Unless they've reached out to us to have conversations and go over questions, we don't spend time reviewing while the application's incomplete unless directed to do so. So the initial discussion that staff had was north-south to have that future plan, and then as we reviewed the application, as the conversations continued, that's when the east-west determination was made. Kevin, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, I think that the early conversation was about, one lot or even two lots and whether a private drive would be allowed. And that feedback came from me, and with the expectation that the county, it was fully disclosed that the county, provides access, because it's County Road 30, and it was anticipated they would want that to be matched up across from Sundance. The applicant went back to the county and actually got permission or permitted to have two single-family driveway accesses, which was quite surprising to us, but out of our purview or jurisdiction. So that's kind of the pivot point there early on. And then when they formally came in, we always look at the larger transportation network to try to make sure we can provide those services long-term. So that's a little bit of a, there was a lot of conversation about different options with this property, and it was really predicated on an assumption that the county would require one access. And when they didn't, it kind of opened up the options for the network there beyond Sundance, if that makes sense.
So Mr. Mayor, my question to staff is, do we spend more time with the applicant on this stuff or move forward and go? It sounds like there's a conflict.
At this time, my understanding is they want a building permit and they want to move forward, and it's been a very expensive process. The easiest way for them to move forward is to have a decision be made and so that they can move forward, rather than having staff, because the staff opinion isn't going to change at this point. So council can certainly make a final call on this. What are you saying about a farm easement?
Mayor, if I may, just in listening to what the applicant had stated as the intended use for the easement area, obviously staff has opined that the road network, it's necessary for the road network as a requirement, as we would have required as dedicated right-of-way. In this situation, in utilization of the minor subdivision process, the easements are typically dedicated as opposed to dedication of right-of-way, which can't really be conditioned. Easements can. You can draw up different provisions within them. Now, it has to match the right-of-way interest, but I think we could put a provision into the easement that allowed for farming of it until the road was constructed. So that might address
Okay.
a little bit of this.
And I'm asking, what do you want us to recommend? If you
we
if
do
you
have
can,
some time
Counselor.
on it. I mean, the deadline is, I believe, I wrote it somewhere. Dwight, do you remember the deadline for this application?
Yeah, the 60-day deadline to make a decision on this application is May 25th. So if you guys wanted to table it today and bring it back next month, we could certainly do that. It's your decision.
Mayor, if I may, just to address Councilmember Van Kamp's concern, if the council is comfortable with just making that provision acceptable within the easements, I think the easements were to be drafted after this anyway. You can approve the subdivision as presented and just give staff direction to allow that farming use until road construction. I don't think you have to change anything beyond. Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, may I address the applicant?
Sure.
Does that sound like something you guys want to work with, or you made the comment up here, it's just it devalues your property and all that stuff. I see it, and our planning staff can correct me if I'm wrong, I see it as you're gonna be able to build your home. There's an easement at some point, a long time down the road, unless somebody comes and offers you more money than God has to buy your property, and then you're gonna move out and do something else. But again, that's long-term. The way it's explained to me, I'm understanding it, that if I were to have it, yeah, that's future planning, those kind of things, but the Century Farm that I'm so near and dear to and stuff, and love as a neighbor, is still able to farm, you're able to put in a home, and things can move forward. Your input, it doesn't sound like it's what you wanna do. I don't wanna delay this anymore, and then I still have the question about your comment about $5,000 for the wetland deal. I'd love that to be resolved also, as far as you paid an extra $5,000 for something, and
That is actually part of the building permit, that we're not objecting to that, but
Okay.
we didn't wanna be associated with saying a road could go through a wetland that we paid to certify.
okay.
So that would've been a waste of money.
Staff is shaking their heads, so I
Well,
think.
yeah, I don't think we ever meant to convey that we meant
Okay.
for a road to go into the wetland, so I do apologize for the miscommunication on that
It's
end.
okay.
But, at this point, that's not what we are recommending.
So my question is, again, I started with a motion, we've got a second, we haven't said one way or another yet, have we?
Do we have?
I've been
I don't think we have a
confused.
We don't have a motion.
We haven't had a motion,
That was on the calendar.
I would like to.
I'm asking,
not vote on it today and table it.
can we table it until the next meeting in May? That gives you a couple of weeks.
I believe the deadline is May 11th, is the next meeting before then, or maybe it has to be extended.
Dwight
believe
said
the
the
20
deadline is May 24th, so,
And we do have an extension if necessary,
Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah, I believe we can extend it if need be.
so that's something that you're more interested in than us just saying yes, no.
Correct.
Okay,
Make a move to table until the 8th of May.
I would second that with the direction that there's open communication to come to an agreement, please.
Motion and a second discussion. Does that date work in terms of staffing and what's on the agenda?
I don't, well, it works with what's on the agenda. I don't know if we'll be able to reach a resolution because we'd have to reach a resolution by next Thursday, and I don't know that.
Over that second May meeting.
So second May meeting,
And the second May meeting is atrocious,
yeah,
absolutely atrocious. There's stuff on it that Jay doesn't even know about yet. So,
and he looks so enthused.
I'm gonna be in the Bahamas. I'm
No, you're not.
absolutely.
Tonight.
I might stay down there.
I'll be swimming with the fishes.
How about that first?
so yeah, we could potentially do the first June. The city would have to,
extend
not take advantage. The city would have to issue our extension, our one-time extension that we can do for an additional 60 days. So we will issue that letter and then we could bring it back to the June meeting.
That'd be June 12th, for the record.
I'll withdraw and edit my motion to the first meeting in June.
I will second that.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, staff, thank you, applicant. I hope it can come together soon.
Alrighty, on to planning items. So, we will start with 7A, which is the Continental Concept Plan titled, or called Springs at Corcoran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Springs at Corcoran is a proposal by Continental and 928 Fund LLC. The applicant is here and does have a brief presentation after mine as well. This is for a property located at 19330 County Road 30. Mama G's owns the three properties that it wraps around off of County Road 101. And they are proposing a 280-unit market rate apartment complex on the west side of the property, and then the remaining 34.5 acres on the east side would be reserved for future commercial development by others. The site is in total about 67 acres and is Most of it is zoned for general mixed use down here, which is this pink color, with the eastern tips C2 commercial, which is our community commercial district. But most of it is mixed use. So this is the concept plan. So again, it's in about 14 buildings that they're showing, and they are low-rise buildings. There are 2 levels, and the building mixes range from studio to 3-bedroom units. The community would also include amenities such as a clubhouse, a resort-style pool and deck. For parking, they have a mix of surface parking as well as attached and detached garages. And then they provide a little bit of a ghost plat on here saying how the commercial uses to the right could develop. They are not proposing being the developer of that. So with the mixed use designation in our comprehensive plan, I do want to just point out that the language does say the intent of the mixed use district is to allow for developments that combine residential and commercial uses into a coordinated planned development project. So that's one of the first discussion points that's listed for you in the summary section of the staff report, is how the proposal satisfies the intent of the mixed use land use designation. Is there something else that they could do to try to plan how this part of the site really speaks to the commercial part of the site in order to meet that intent. Overall, though, the mixed-use area does expect approximately half of the areas to develop with residential uses, and they are attempting to do that with by having about roughly half of the site be built for residential. It's a little tricky since not the entire 67 acres isn't mixed use. Some of it was already earmarked for commercial. So by my best calculations, there's about 15 net acres that would be commercial that's in the mixed use area. So it's not quite half, it's pretty close. So that's definitely just a discussion point for you. This is just, again, a zoom in of what really they are proposing as far as the building product. And then the zoning district is general mixed use, and the general mixed use zoning district predates my time. It actually predates Kendra's time. So that district really does not really speak to our northeast district as much as I would like, and there's a lot of layers to it. So the site layout requirements in our general mixed use standards, most of these they were able to hit, I would say. A couple that I wanted to get for discussion was the structures are supposed to be oriented and consolidated to complement existing adjacent developments to create a coordinated and visually attractive mixed-use setting throughout the district. And so again, how does this proposal really fit that standard? Are they meeting it? Is there something else that they could do? Also, site planning shall respect the relationship of the site to the existing and proposed buildings and streets and major roadways. I would say especially the roadways, they did a great job of hitting the roadways that we're requiring as part of our northeast district. They will be extending 102nd from Bellwether and Elm with this proposal, and they would have the connection all the way down to the 30. I believe the exact location of the access to 30 still needs to be reviewed. And they're also providing the connection point to the business park parcel to the west. So they are doing, they're doing a fair job getting the road access requirements, and then they are meeting the setback requirements from the county road down here. So definitely have made a fair attempt at hitting all of these standards. And then for the building standards, this is where it really starts to get fun. We have some requirements such as the ground floor should be distinguished with either detailing such as a cornice, awning, parapet, columns. There are some awnings that are intermittent over the doorways. So does that meet the standard? Do we need to do something more to hit that standard? Potentially requirement for the first floor elevation to be raised for residential uses. We saw this with Hope. And we ended up doing, as part of the PUD flexibility, we said they didn't have to do that. So basically, what I think this standard is trying to do is the, like, New York brownstones, where you go up to get to your door to separate you from the pedestrian corridor that we're trying to create with the mixed-use neighborhood. Is that necessary? So one of the questions is, would we be open to a zoning ordinance amendment to potentially remove that requirement? Again, we decided it wasn't really necessary for Hope. If we decide it's not necessary for this project, that's how I would recommend handling that.
As
Also,
opposed to a PUD?
we could also do potentially a PUD.
Because if we're doing the ordinance, we're just giving up on it entirely.
Absolutely. So we could also do a PUD. I don't know that the applicant wants to do a PUD, but that could certainly be part of the direction from council tonight. I think at this point, the concept plan that was submitted was not for a PUD, so I did not review it under that assumption.
Gotcha.
That can certainly be the direction, though.
Sounds good. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're totally fine. And then we also have a requirement for each first floor unit to have a private courtyard enclosure. From what I could tell, it sounds like some of the units would have a private courtyard, but not necessarily all. I could have misinterpreted that, so feel free to speak to it. And then finally, so another question that came up with the buildings is we have in our code that accessory structures in urban residential districts are limited to 1,000 square feet. This seems contradictory with our requirement in the general mixed use to require 50% of the parking for residential to be housed in a parking structure. Additionally, it does not really allow for an accessory clubhouse or an accessory grounds building. So the urban residential districts, mixed use isn't very clear if that's what we consider an urban residential district. That's how I would certainly interpret it right now. But I feel like that was more meant for the single-family twin home residential districts. So again, that could be a zoning ordinance amendment or a PUD flexibility to allow for these accessory uses that do complement the neighborhood and are very desirable for people that want to live in these types of neighborhoods. But we'd have to address it somehow, because right now I don't believe we would allow it. And then also, right now what's being proposed is 2 lots with several principal buildings within each lot. We do allow that through a CUP. So that would be something that we want to discuss, if that makes sense for these sites. The benefit of that being is the more lot lines you have, the more setbacks that you have to, it can be very difficult to work with that. Especially if it's all a use that's within the same community, it may make sense to keep it on 1 or 2 lots. Parking is another question. I think it kind of goes back to that same question of, are we opening to a variance for a zoning ordinance amendment to reduce the required structuring parking from a minimum of 50% to 30%? So again, we still have the structured parking, but they have experience with other communities, particularly within the Twin Cities metro area, that where they do have more than 30% structured parking, they aren't leasing out those parking spaces. They're just not seeing that demand. So that was what they asked for a variance, and I'm asking if we want to handle that as a variance zoning ordinance amendment to the mayor's point, PUD flexibility. Also, we do allow for driveways to count towards required parking, which they are showing, but their driveways serve 1-car garages, or at least some of them do, and our code specifically says we only do that for 2-car garages. So again, another area that we'd have to address. For screening, they did not really provide a landscaping plan, but I was just going to, but we have a couple items. We have the buffer yard requirement that they would have to do along the north from Bellwether. One of the questions, they do have a large wetland that would also potentially provide a natural buffer for our code. So one of the questions for council tonight is if that's an acceptable buffer. One more requirement that's in the general mixed use district specifically is screening. Again, the general mixed use and the Northeast district both have slightly different screening requirements, And it's really not clear which one's stricter, which one's more difficult to achieve, which would be how we usually handle it. Whatever's the more difficult, more challenging standard to meet, that's what we're going to apply. The higher degree of standard. But this is more, they're just slightly different. They're not really, one or the other isn't easier or more difficult to achieve. So, but they would be difficult to achieve at the same time. So again, hope we just let the Northeast District prevail because that was what had recently gone through the planning process as a community with a vision in mind. And so how would we want to handle that for this project? Parks and Trails. There is on our comp plan, there is a off-road trail that is shown. However, there, because of the the Three Rivers Trail planning, there's also a off-road trail that potentially will be going through the Oswald piece. And so there is some discussion of whether or not this current alignment makes sense in addition to that, if really it makes more sense for more efforts to be going through the west parcel and up through Bellwether. So just some initial feedback on for that. We'd certainly go to Parks and Trails to have some discussion on that as well if this were to move forward. Finally, for signage, the general mixed use does not allow for freestanding signs. We did allow some for Hope. So would we want to handle that as an ordinance amendment or PUD flexibility to allow them to have 2 freestanding signs? That's what they're showing. They're basically one on each lot they're showing.
We allowed that for Hope, but that was for different, like a commercial use.
We allowed each residential portion to have a sign as well. We allowed we allowed several signs for Hope. So we had one monument sign for the commercial area, and which also have the church sign eventually. And then each residential component also will have a sign, since they're each basically they're going to have their own kind of community within the community. Like the townhomes will have a sign, the villas will have a sign, and each apartment will.
And how many signs are being requested in this concept plan?
2 freestanding signs, one at each entrance to the lot, essentially.
Okay.
Finally, the environmental review component. This is a question of both staff and the applicant. Basically, they are right on the threshold. If we really consider this as a separate project, just the 280 units, we don't need to do an environmental review. However, if the commercial portion of the site does come in over the next 3 years, then the residential units will be counted into the calculation. And from what I can tell, my best guess is we would need an environmental review at that time. It would be required. And the city has some discretion on this. It is a large enough project that we can go through the process at this time if we would want to. So looking for some direction from council.
What would the downside of that be?
It's
cost?
It's a cost the applicant would have to bear, and it does add time to their approval process. The upside being that we can kind of take a look at some assumptions with the commercial area, and then whoever comes in next, we've already done that heavy lifting. The other upside is it does give us some mitigation strategies. So if there is some natural resources on the site, if there are some endangered species or anything like that, and we do have a couple that pop up, especially in this area, then we're able to go through that process to find some mitigation strategies that we can then attach to the development requirements.
Has there already been a study for the Oswald property to the west?
I don't believe so, because that project did not move forward.
Thank you.
We did do one for Hope. We did do one for Bellwether, so there are ones that have been done in the area. So we certainly don't have to. I would say it's that if we want to if we want to have all the information now rather than waiting for commercial development 3 years from now potentially, then it may be beneficial.
It seems like it might disincentivize commercial development if they have to do the study for a smaller project.
Well, on that note, maybe before we get into this fully, what is council's opinion on whether or not this meets the intent of the GMU ordinance?
I have some thoughts.
Go ahead.
Should we let Natalie finish first?
Actually, that's pretty much it. I appreciate you guys listening to me, and I can definitely pull up the summary list as well as the site plan images, and then, as I said, the applicant also has a brief presentation to go over the product a bit more.
Sounds good. Chairman.
Do you want me to go?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought the design of the homes was appealing in terms of the architecture and materials. I have concerns about the placement within the site, in that if we're going to require roughly half commercial, half residential, can you zoom out a little bit?
Yep.
And go up. So if we put the residential on the west side, that means the commercial has to go on the east side, and that puts it in conflict with the existing homes. And a lot of these parcels are relatively tight. I feel like it would be a more natural alignment to take this kind of a product and put it on the north half, and
Instead
have
of
the
the
commercial
southwest.
on the south half.
Yes.
Along 30.
I had the same feedback, actually. Sorry to interrupt, yeah. Because it flows, it gives a buffer of more similar with the buffer yard, of course, in between Bellwether and there, but it's still a more similar use as opposed to commercial to Bellwether. It's Bellwether, another kind of residential, commercial, business park.
And I think with the business park to the west, it might make some sense to think about utilizing the increased building height available for larger setbacks. So when you're gonna come up against a more intense use, you could put a taller structure, maybe have a little bit more density to enable us to have conservation residential in other places. Because there's not going to be existing homes that'll be as impacted in that area. I did have a question about if we do this as a CUP, I think it's gonna be hard for me to consider approval if there's no commercial, given that the comp plan would require us to have commercial in the area. And basically we'd be splitting it and saying, well, we're gonna worry about commercial at some point in the future. I'd rather see it happening at least to some degree simultaneously, maybe not every commercial, but I think some commercial should be part of the application. I'm okay with parking that's based on historical norms rather than what code requires. If it's worked in other places, I'm okay with a smaller number of parking spots.
Is that in regard to all the parking requests?
I would say in general, like with the structured parking specifically.
Gotcha.
My last question, so these are townhome style homes. What does this do with regards to the rental ordinance? Where we allow rentals in multifamily, but it's not clear to me how we define multifamily versus something like this.
Thank you. So the way that I defined it once we did that rental ordinance is these would be multifamily under our zoning and rental ordinance. The intent, I believe, is to make them feel more like a townhome by having a semi-private or private entrance and a semi-private garage. But the reality is a townhome would be floor to ceiling, there's no one above you. That, and for it to be a townhome, the way our code is, this would be a multifamily, so it would be something that would be able to get a rental license without running up to any issues with that.
Okay.
And then real quick, just to clarify, I just wanna, I do think that the proposal of having it more on the north might allow for some more integration and more speaking to with commercials to the south. Just with the acknowledging that this area right here, that kind of wraps around, obviously this is a wetland, but this area right here that wraps around Mama G's properties, that is commercial today, that is C2. So that would be, if we were saying we want the residential to go all the way across, that would be re-guiding and rezoning.
No, I think it could.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. I'll go after.
Would a PUD for the site allow you to deal with that complexity as well?
I believe so. I think we were more strict with low-density residential PUDs where we wouldn't consider different uses, but I think we allowed it for, I think it might have just been low density. So I could certainly take a look at it. We might be able to be more flexible with that.
Either that or potentially what I was thinking with, oh, you can't really see my red dot. So if you go straight down from where it is on the ceiling there, that lot, yeah, Jeremy, south of there, that lot obviously, that is commercial now, and west of Mama G's and proposed Quick Trip could be commercial, but that still gives you a pretty substantial residential buffer in addition to the buffer yard from neighbors to the north. and then opens up
Down here for more commercial.
commercial from down there as well, yep.
And then I did say that he could give a brief
Yeah.
presentation. Okay. If you'd like to approach the podium.
Can I hit this right now?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Go for it. And it'll turn blue.
This one's kind of.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, good evening, council members.
If I may, just real quick, folks, I'd really like you to pay attention, okay? Talking amongst yourself, while I
It can get hard to
understand,
get up here.
I'd really like you to give the presenter your full attention so you can know and understand the same things we do. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Again, my name is Brent Rossetti. I am from Hugo, White Lake area, and I'm here on behalf of Continental Properties out of Menominee Falls, Wisconsin. We're at W134 Executive Parkway in Menominee Falls. I'm here to present, obviously, our concept plan for what we're calling the Springs at Corcoran, which is a low-rise, multifamily residential community in the location that Natalie has already outlined for us. Just to give you a brief introduction into Continental Properties, we might be familiar to some of you. We actually came to council in late 2022 with a proposed multifamily community on a different portion of this site. And so we're back here today with it on the western side. Just a bit about Continental. We are a privately owned owner, developer, and operator of multifamily communities. We have developed over 125 communities and around 45,000 units in 19 states. And the thing that really sets us apart is we have a vertically integrated team. So we've got all disciplines in-house, and we have a track record of customer satisfaction and success on the communities that we do develop. As Natalie noted, we are solely a multifamily developer. We do not develop any sort of commercial or retail uses, and so our application today was just for the multifamily housing piece. Just to briefly touch on our Minnesota or Twin Cities portfolio, we have 9 existing operational communities today within the Twin Cities metro. This, as proposed, would be our 10th if it were to come to fruition. In the metro area, we have our Springs product, which is what we're proposing here. And so, if there's ever a desire to go on site and see what our communities look or act like, I can definitely arrange it and bring you guys out on a tour just to get a feel for what our product looks and acts like. But as you can see on the map, we really cover the metro area, and we're excited about this opportunity. We, in Minnesota specifically, typically attract a lot of really high-quality residents, white-collar workers, people or users employees in tech or nursing, police officers, school teachers, and then also a big portion of our residents are actually renters by choice or empty nesters. So people who have chosen that they don't want to own the home, but still want kind of those suburban amenities and the maintenance and those types of amenities that we offer. To get into the proposal, as Natalie mentioned, we are just north of County Road 30, west of Brockton Lane, and just west of Mama G's. The site today is 67.13 acres, I believe, and it is currently zoned GMU, general mixed use. It's in full, that 67 acres has that GMU zoning. However, just to be clear, Continental is only proposing to pursue that western half, with the eastern half being retained by the current ownership group.
And just to step in, and this is just my opinion, staff can correct me if it's incorrect or if council feels differently. I think this concept plan is fine to do, and we can give you feedback on that portion of it. I personally don't think that an application would be complete without a commercial component integrated into it, whether I get that that's not what you do, but if the property were to come in, I think it would need to have also the commercial component figured out, and this potentially could be, if there's support for it, be part of the residential component of that.
Do you mean like a platted outlot or lot for commercial, or coinciding with a commercial developer to come in at the same time?
Sorry if I could, Mr. Mayor, for Hope, the developer was not a true developer, so he's definitely partnering up with as phases come in, but the preliminary plat does show the intention of the commercial area as platted, and so the first phase, it's in an outlot, so that the final plat might have it in an outlot, but the preliminary plat having that fully thought through, I think, is what we're looking for, because we want it to really speak to what it's going to actually operate as in the long term.
Sure. So just so I understand correctly, it would be some form of planned infrastructure. We would show square footages, parking, that type of information, but not tied to any sort of specific user or developer of it.
It doesn't have to be, I suppose. I think the closer it could get, it would be, I would certainly be more comfortable with it. I have a lot of hesitancy of this site developing with just a residential component and saying we'll do commercial at some future unknown date, maybe over here.
Sure. For what it's worth, and I know it is anecdotal, but I think a lot of commercial developers seek established rooftops in order to attract them to the site. And so it could be also a good way to attract a high-quality retailer or high-quality user to the site, knowing that there would be that population that exists there today. Should I carry on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Please.
As far as the comp plan goes, I know Natalie covered this, so I'll be brief, but the future land use plan shows mostly mixed use across the entire parcel with some of that additional commercial that extends further west from Mama G's. So our proposed site today, it has that black outline. It is in the general mixed use, future land use designation, and it does show multiple public rights of way, future local roads that bisect the site in various locations. The springs at Corcoran would again fall on the west side of the site. There are a few things that make developing this site challenging. Notably, they are the existing wetlands that encumber the site. In total, there are 6, all shown in green here. And then the site just has some odd geometry with that residential flag lot on the west side, as well as our parcel hugging the existing commercial on the east side. And that geometry is further, or made further challenging by the comp plan requirements of the local roads. So when you add those additional local roads bisecting the site, you end up creating additional and less efficient lots that kind of limit some of the development potential. However, with that said, we did provide the concept plan that shows our proposed multifamily use along with the ghost plat for the east side, which shows viable commercial lots. The east side shows potential public rights of way that are in alignment with the existing comp plan, and those potential future rights of way would align with our proposed public infrastructure here. On the topic of just the GMU district, you know, we think we are hitting the goal of the GMU district because we're keeping the residential in a cohesive place, so we're not creating any sort of, I guess, disjointed or kind of one-off commercial lots. This really keeps that residential use in one location that is cohesive for both the residents and for the community. It avoids those isolated development lots, and then aligns with the guidance too that structures should be consolidated and oriented to complement the existing uses, which I do think this accomplishes. It also gives the eastern side, the commercial side, more flexibility. If we're creating one-off commercial lots in various portions of the residential lot, you're really tied to a certain development type. This keeps a lot more flexibility to attract a different kind or a variety of retail or commercial developers on the east side. Also, it keeps the commercial, very visible from the public roads, the county roads, and closer to that signalized intersection today. Given that that wetland would not be impacted, you would have visibility into what would be a very cohesive commercial network.
Well, not more visible than along County Road 30.
Agreed. There would be great visibility for parcels of commercial along County Road 30. It just, in that scenario, again, creates odd-shaped lots for the proposed multifamily buildings that can really be planned in as efficient of a manner. Part of the efficiency that we're able to achieve here, even with the public infrastructure we would build, is that larger contiguous portion of multifamily land that is just west of the Lane extension. And if that gets broken up, you end up with a very disjointed multifamily community and feel for those residents.
Mr. Mayor, just real quick. I like what you've done from where it was before, a gated community, all of those things and such. But the one thing that sticks out for me, Jeremy already has spoke, I'd really like more of a buffer to the single-family homes to the north, and I think it would be better being residential across the top of this parcel with commercial along County Road 30. Granted, this is an extremely challenging site with the wetlands that are on it, and it would be bifurcated by that large wetland on the north side if you were to do all of this residential to the south side of Bellwether. So I understand both ways. I like what you've done with the previous concept plan and did it over to here, but what kind of things could be done over there to, have to be a heck of a berm to shield that neighborhood away from the commercial side of the business. That's my input. This is a challenging deal. I like the fact that the mayor is talking about something more planned about commercial. I've always told people in Corcoran, you want commercial close, you're 3.5, 4 miles away from a whole bunch of commercial in Maple Grove. I don't know what kind of commercial is gonna come out here. We're gonna talk Quick Trip here in a little bit, which I am in support of on this, but it's going to take a lot to bring commercial in here. But again, I'm thinking of current property owners to the north. How can things be a little bit more of a wave from residential, higher density residential to commercial around the 101 and County Road 30 side? That's just my thoughts. Okay. And then Natalie, just real quick, I see three roads that would be city responsibility or public works responsibility: the north-south road, the east-west road, and then that quick little road. It's not labeled up into the Bellwether property. Yes. So those are the only three roads. Everything else would be privately maintained and such.
Yeah, so I believe,
Okay.
yeah, so there's the north-south road that would extend 102nd in the northwest, Elm Lane is the other north-south road, and then it'd be the east-west road to the business park.
And then the last question I had, again, this is concept, folks, so I don't think there's public comments that can be done on this. It's our input, but it just seems like an awful lot of parking. All of these,
It actually is, it's not more parking than what we're requiring.
okay,
Yeah.
I'm
So-
just asking, they all have garages for each unit?
No, they don't have garages for each unit, I'm sorry if that was conveyed
Okay.
incorrectly. They have garages for some units, and then they have some detached garages, and then they also have surface parking, so.
Okay,
Per our calculations, they're pretty spot on
All
to
right.
what's required with each spot, especially if, or assuming we allow for, driveway parking in front of the one-car garages.
so that explains the other thing I had, that 12Gs are detached parking buildings and such, or detached
Yes.
My only
garages.
hesitancy there is I
So
wouldn't
to
be
speak.
comfortable doing that in an ordinance change.
Okay,
So.
that's the stuff that I'm
Yeah, just me.
openly talking about,
I
so.
do have one question,
Yeah.
and I don't mean to keep interrupting you, but, I don't know how feasible it is, but potentially would there be support for if we, the residential area on the northeast, potentially a residential spot, maybe the clubhouse, just south of the new east-west road, but then allowing for commercial on 30, and then what's shown as the commercial skinny lot that abuts Bellwether in the east, that being residential and the rest being commercial. Would that be something that we could potentially support? Because we kind of have it a little bit more integrated. We're still having a couple options for the residential spaces.
Can you say that again and use the pointer?
Thank you,
Yeah,
I was gonna
Yeah,
ask her
me
to say
too.
that all again. I think that's what I was
Here, one second. I'll
trying to
take it
convey,
back.
but
I'll take the
You
wheel back.
got it? I got it. I think I got it.
Okay, so.
she's got a pointer.
So keep this. Maybe kind of keep this area, maybe move the clubhouse so it's central, it's the pool clubhouse right about here. And then this southern part, that turns into commercial maybe. And then this commercial lot turns into residential up here, so that that's buffered.
That's,
I think that would be good. I had a question about this road here.
Mm-hmm.
Does that need to connect?
yeah,
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, that one, that is shown in our
Do we-
Northeast district, yeah, and then the next conversation, in the feasibility study that was done with the Quick Trip application, that internal network was reviewed, and the utilities are right there, and that was being extended, so that would need to get connected.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Another
Yeah.
primary reading, excuse me, just there's no gonna be no more accesses on 101. So to be able to service those commercial properties, you'd have to have the local street access.
other than the one north of the possible Quick Trip, if I said it right. There'd be access to 101 there.
The one being proposed with the Quick Trip would be the only other access.
And then the Bellwether main
Yes,
entrance.
correct. So your access are limited, which requires that local street
Okay.
network.
So then on my issue is somebody else squirreled, has there ever been any inquiry as to the lot out in front of Bellwether? That's also commercial,
It is
correct?
Owned by
commercial.
Pulte.
Yeah, I believe it's.
Owned by
It's owned by
Pulte.
Pulte.
Yeah.
There's nothing
Not at this
in the,
time.
okay,
No, and that one's for some reason not C2, that one's C1, I don't know why.
yeah, no, I
And then
was just wondering about it.
The other commercial lot that's a little bit north of here, south of T, yeah, that one is still owned by the previous landowners, not Pulte. It was created with Bellwether though, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, and, that one we have had interest on.
Okay.
Again, they also had an apartment that they wanted, I don't know if you remember.
Yeah, we said no to
Because
that.
kind of the same argument, like, we need the rooftop first to be able to attract the commercial user, that is, I would say that is true. That's why we have this mixed use, knowing that we need the rooftops to attract the viable commercial users.
And one last question, I think I had one more that I forgot about. The percentage of commercial that needs to be on this 67 acres, if I'm remembering, what are our expectations of mixed use on this parcel?
We anticipated in our comp plan that all the land guided for mixed use, roughly half of it,
50/50.
yeah, would be developed for residential. So I would say with hope, we were flexible on that.
Yeah.
But as things develop, we're probably gonna wanna be a little less flexible. Ultimately, it depends on the
Yeah.
density proposed. We wanna make sure that we're, not having it too dense and not enough dense. Is that what
I would say
you
that
said?
50/50 is the target, but
Yeah.
with the complexities of a site, if
Right.
it's 48/52, I don't think anyone's
Just
gonna
asking
have
if we've
heartburn.
got this, we've got other mixed-use
Yeah.
properties that are gonna have to follow the same thing. We're gonna be setting the precedence here with this, so.
Brent, if you want to hit the green button again, you
take
can
the
take
screen.
control again.
Thank you, sir, very much.
Yeah, I guess I would say one of Continental's concerns with a reorientation that kind of heads in the east-west direction for the residential community would be the extent of public improvements. This plan is pretty efficient, but still
Yeah.
has over 2,000 linear feet of roadway and utility extensions for the city of Corcoran. Our concern would be additional roadways and utilities that would have to be built in the
An
east-west direction. as
east-west
well,
road from 101 over.
which would potentially become a burden that would not make it financially feasible. I mean, with this feedback, of course, we will absolutely be studying this, but I don't know how or what the threshold would be for the developer responsibility for the roadway network. The comp plan clearly shows a very substantial roadway network through this 67 acres. And so we would, I guess, be asking for a little bit of flexibility in the roads that we have to build for our use versus dedicate for the future use.
I think it would depend on what that layout ends up being and what another possibly good reason to bring in a commercial component with it to build. That southeast part was commercial or whatever, that some of that infrastructure would probably go to whoever's developing that aspect of the site.
Yeah. I think it'd be something that we could definitely study. We would have to, part of the feasibility study is looking at what's being proposed and what's required and at what phases. So that would definitely be something that would be unpacked if it would move forward.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, just
Yeah.
real quick, hey folks, I see some folks leaving, nobody has to stay for the whole thing. Got two very good dogs there, if it's part of their training, keep them there, but anybody else, if you
Yeah.
need to, go ahead.
We're not offended if you leave,
We are
but
not
if you
offended.
wanna stay, we'd love having you too.
Not much,
Feel free.
not much excitement here, other than
I
the
got a tail
dogs,
wag over here.
other than the dogs an hour ago. Please feel free. Thank you again, you guys. Good dogs.
Good girl,
Mayor,
Billy.
can you
Yes.
let him finish his presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
You'd like to keep on going?
Okay, sure. So maybe we can come back to some of the, I guess just to go way back, the main reason we are here is to determine what our path forward is going to be. We are entering into a purchase agreement that has contract timing, and we need to understand exactly what processes we have to go through to satisfy the needs of the city, but also to attempt to obtain the approvals for something like this. So maybe we can circle back on process. I'll just really briefly go through the site plan, just so everyone is clear. Natalie has explained there are 14 two-story buildings here. All buildings have 20 residential units and 8 attached garages. So not every unit has an attached garage, but 8 garages per building. All first-floor units have direct private access, so that townhome feel. And all second-story units have direct private stairways to their units, so there's no sharing of corridors or common corridors or anything of that nature. We are exactly hitting roughly the parking code here, which would be 616 parking stalls for 280 units. So it's a 2.2 ratio here. And we are seeking a variance for the covered parking based on some of our existing portfolio data. So we'd be seeking to provide a 60% of our units with a covered parking spot in lieu of the 110% We've got the community clubhouse with pool and pool deck, the detached garages, there's a trash facility, a maintenance garage, pet playgrounds, there's courtyards in between buildings for, you know, pedestrian pathways, recreation, green space, the detention ponds clearly, and of course the wetlands that we are preserving. Just to quickly show some of the architecture, I'll just skip right over to some of our real photos from existing communities. So this is our Class A housing. There's four-sided design. It's townhome style. As far as the ground plane goes, or that first floor, we really do think we differentiate between the first floor and second floor, just with material choices, color choices, horizontal and vertical articulation. And we are looking at the community, specifically Bellwether to the north, for selecting those materials to make sure we're going to be compatible with the existing uses. Here would be another example. This is not reflective of colors or materials precisely, but again, it's just showing that kind of townhome feel. The interiors are open concept, granite countertops, stainless steel appliances, really just the high-end amenities you would expect out of a Class A housing, large bedrooms, walk-in closets. And then the community clubhouse, again, has the large gathering area, a cafe, the pool and pool deck, there's grilling areas, a 24/7 fitness center. So again, all of the amenities would be offered to our residents to use however and whenever they choose to. So then circling back to the discussion components, again, we're trying to understand our process here, and we've met with staff on numerous occasions, and so one of the first deciding factors in terms of our entitlement process was whether or not we had to pursue the EAW. That's the environmental review that Natalie suggested. We are, with 280 units, under the threshold for that requirement if our multifamily use is seen as a standalone project. I think the threshold is 375 units to require an EAW, but there is discretion allowed by the city in that determination. I'm trying to understand if we should proceed with that or not, because my current understanding is that we can't make any other applications until we go through that process first. And so I'm curious if there are any opinions on whether or not that is something that we will be required to do with the proposal.
Could I ask a question? With the EAW, is there a way, because I don't think it's fair that the developer accepts the whole burden of the EAW since 50% of the land is going to be commercial, excuse me. Is there a way that you could pay up front but put half of it in escrow, so when the commercial part is developed, that section or that sector helps pay for the EAW?
So the way that we track it at this, so the developer would pay for the EAW, it goes into an escrow account, and then the invoices that come in for staff time, Stantec and Landcorn sometimes assists. I would probably do the EAW in this instance though, so probably more city time. But regardless, that gets charged directly to the escrow accounts. I don't have a mechanism to reserve.
Didn't we do something like with our infrastructure, our roads? I thought we did something with our roads where, on Hackmore with the developer, where the infrastructure came in and a portion of it was.
We did a recapture agreement, is that what you're talking about?
That's what I'm talking about,
Yeah,
yes.
so the recapture agreement you can do with utilities. I don't believe we
Okay.
have a mechanism to do that with roads. And then I don't know that we have a mechanism to apply that to the EAW.
I guess I've never heard of it in the EAW context. I know roads can't.
I mean, I think the best way to answer that, and correct me if I'm wrong, is if the council wants to see an EAW done, I would say it's best for the developer to go back to the landowner and make that negotiation if under that scenario.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Thank you.
If we did not do an EAW, Natalie, correct me if I'm wrong, we would do the feasibility study, which
some extent, yeah, so we always do an infrastructure feasibility study for projects of this scale. So that would include evaluating road connections, traffic, and utilities. The EAW goes above and beyond that, so it includes the infrastructure feasibility, but we're also looking at the natural resources, the impacts, on a different scale.
More of the environmental
Yeah,
component.
yeah.
Question, just kind of throwing this out to council, I don't even know how I feel about it, but if the site were to be reworked to be more northern, across the northern part of the property, like we've kind of discussed earlier, as a transition buffer for Bellwether, would we be a little less concerned about the EAW up front if it's closer to hugging Bellwether because we have that data for Bellwether itself? And then we would require an EAW with, again, I still like to see some of that commercial tied into an actual application, but with additional commercial going in, triggering EAW for the rest of the site that's farther away from where we have data.
I think that's fair, because theoretically, we could look at the Bellwether study that was done, look at the mitigation strategies.
Right.
And, yeah, I think that's
Because it's probably
fair.
not significantly different.
Because we're talking about a residential
property line,
use, yeah, and then, but then just keep in mind that I think Councilor Nichols may have mentioned, so, what may happen is, if a commercial user knows that they're going to trigger an EAW, we're gonna see this sit for 3 years before a commercial user wants to come in.
Yeah. That's why I'd like to see it come in with a commercial user.
Yeah.
This might not be helpful, but it is something that we've been talking about. So in our strategic plan, recognizing our ability in order to activate this corridor for commercial use, in our strategic plan, we've talked about the necessary infrastructure, and we're gonna study that here in the next 12 to 18 months. Is it feasible for us to consider including environmental impact in that so we get the necessary environmental impact, but it also doesn't burden or potentially hinder, create a barrier for the potential of commercial development?
So to that point, the city did do an AUAR in the south. So AUARs do take longer, so I don't know if that's necessarily helpful. The benefit of an AUAR is you can look at you have wider cast. You can look at basically any property in the Northeast District that isn't developed, and we can look at a couple different options as to how that could happen. And the benefit is then we're not continuing to do these one-off EAWs, which are very time sensitive or time consuming. And then in the Southwest District, we did do that. Pioneer Trail Industrial Park, over a decade ago, they had originally came in with an AUAR, and then the city was able to also, my understanding is there was, the city assessed some of those property owners that benefited from it. So then that might be more of a mechanism to be able to, so that it's not all falling on the developer, but yeah, it would be a city-driven process. And again, that takes, I'm sure you're, the way it takes longer.
Does it come with the same restrictions in terms of what they're able to do in the time being as an EAW?
I'm sorry, say that again.
So like they wouldn't be able, like as you were talking about.
As we do the AUAR,
Yeah.
they'd have to wait for us to finish
Okay.
that process, yes.
Well, I do have a question about that, Natalie. Would it necessarily have to tie this developer, since an EAW is not required, but we could do a corridor study, because we're already doing that for infrastructure. We could do the AUAR for the corridor and not hinder this particular development opportunity, since an EAW is not triggered with 280 units.
So we include the commercial area, is what we're saying.
But we include the commercial area. So we could get the
So we
benefit,
get-
which
we
would
get that
address the
commercial
concern of the
EAW
environmental
and the-
impact,
Yeah.
would remove the barrier.
And
We're
the-
already planning on doing this for other infrastructure study, and then that would also address some of the concerns we've had before about making it more attractive to some of the other potential developers, because
Some of those barriers.
we've removed barriers because we've done our homework.
That might be the way to go, I think.
Okay.
Would that also be helpful for the 610 corridor planning, or is that what you were
Yes.
doing it for?
That's exactly
Yeah.
why we were doing it.
Okay.
So
just
the
expanding
Dayton
that scope a
interchange
little
and the 610 impact, we've been looking at infrastructure in terms of roads and our other infrastructure, but if we also add environmental with an AUAR to that, that allows us to strategically identify potential partners that want to come in here, as opposed to right now, like what we're suggesting, it doesn't trigger an EAW right now. EAW cumulatively is more expensive every time we do it with a development than an AUAR. So having each development do this it's much more costly, which becomes a barrier to entry. And then also, it doesn't give us the total look. So to the point, we might have something unique in this corridor that is of concern. And it would be good to know about that before we're moving ahead playing whack-a-mole.
And you said there's a way to recoup some of that cost when things come in that would take advantage of the information?
So I don't know exactly how the southwest area was handled, but my understanding is that basically the city was able to assess to the benefiting property owners. So we'd have to look at exactly how we want to handle it, but yeah, I believe there's a way to recoup some of that cost, and so that isn't falling on one property owner that's looking to develop.
And probably break it out like it would be if they had done an EAW, but it sounds like actually maybe potentially a little bit cheaper each if you, for the, the handful of properties that could develop when they develop.
And could that be targeted at the developable properties and not
Yes.
say all the Bellwether residents in the frame right now?
That would be my thought.
Oh yeah, it wouldn't
Yeah.
look at Bellwether. No, it would be for the properties that have yet to develop.
Okay, good.
Not to beat a dead horse or anything. We were shooting for 50-50 residential and commercial on our mixed use and stuff. How much of this property would be Continental right now?
So my best calculations, and these are rough because I didn't have the,
That's okay.
yeah, but I believe, gross wise, it's fairly close to half and half.
Okay,
But when you take out the commercial, the area that's already zoned for commercial, and you're just looking at the area that's zoned for mixed use, and then you take out the wetlands, we're left with about 15 net acres that are commercial within the mixed use area. And so it's not quite 50-50 once you break it up down to that level.
so the direction I was going was, is there a possibility of a residential buffer on the north side aside from this type deal? Do you know what I'm trying to say?
There's not enough acres.
What, do you mean like a different housing?
If there was
product?
an east-west road,
Mm-hmm.
again, this is all dreams. An east-west road, and the north side of that road would be residential, the south would be commercial. Just a question,
So,
all speculation.
yeah, I think well, okay, if we allow this to develop on the west, I would say staff would want to see a condition that everything else that comes in would be commercial on the east.
Wow, okay.
Because otherwise,
Yeah.
we're talking about significantly less than what we're planning for.
And again, I'm asking just for the concern of, I can't imagine what the backside of commercial properties would look like facing the folks in Bellwether, but.
That's a fair concern. I think there is likely some verbiage in our northeast district that talks about properties that face residential. If not, we could certainly look at fixing it.
I remember all of that,
Yeah.
I'm again concerned with, long-term citizens here and our folks in Bellwether are short-term, but it's been on the books to be mixed use for 30 to 40 plus years and stuff, and, it's kinda like you build next to a golf course, golf balls are gonna hit you. You build next to commercial, mixed use, anything goes, so just going down that side of things. Sorry.
Can I add one more thing? I was just gonna say, I like Jeremy's idea of, and the mayor's, of going across the top of that property and having the commercial along 30. I don't know if there's anything with that top kind of skinny parcel. What would that be, just east of Bellwether? That little,
There?
nope, go up, no, straight up, right
There?
there.
That's the Pulte
That's Pulte
owns.
property.
That's
Pulte.
Pulte's property. Would
Yeah.
they be willing to sell?
I have no idea.
I mean, I don't know if there's something you could do to pull that in, that would give you some more land space. And then would that push us into
Different
the?
property owner, which
Yeah.
complicates
Yep.
this.
Okay.
It's a whole different conversation.
Okay,
And that property is commercial as well.
But
Okay.
a different commercial.
Yeah, that one's even
C1.
commercial, yeah, C1.
because it makes sense that that should be residential, because it's tucked into a residential area. That's just I mean, that's just me saying that. It seems like that would make more sense to be residential there, not commercial.
Yeah, so we kind of made this whole corner,
Mhm.
so basically the market study that the city did a while ago.
I think it was when we
Yeah, basically
cut the
said
check to
that
state.
where we can support commercial and industrial is going to be right here on 30 and 101.
Mhm.
So that's why you see the commercial kind of hugging 101 and going, and then the
Right.
mixed use going to 30.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
But I think there might be opportunity to increase value if these are the same zone
I
and you
agree.
do it as a PUD. Like part of that PUD, what it helps you resolve is those differing zoning expectations across the different parts of the site, because you can balance it more evenly. And I don't know what Pulte's planning on doing with this. I doubt they're gonna put in a grocery store. They'll probably wanna get rid of it at some point. So it might be a consideration as you're working out the rest of the plan.
The other thing too, to split, I can see where to split all of these properties into and divide it by that wetland and push everything in the north, it does kind of take away from the environment you're looking for, more of a, yeah, I won't say anything more. I can see what you're doing. Okay.
Would, the council entertain deviations from the comp plan identified roadways if we reorient our site to be more in the east-west direction? Because if we do that right now, what I'm seeing is we would probably still have to build the full Elm Lane extension, and then we would probably have to build another 1,200 feet east to get to Brockton Lane to access all portions of the multifamily site, which would be extremely challenging for us. And so if we rework the plan to have that commercial on County Road 30 and then additional commercial still closer to Brockton, could we relook at the internal street network here as well? Or maybe another way to ask it is, does 102nd Place up in the northwest have to be a public right-of-way connection? And does Elm Lane south to County Road 30 have to be a public right-of-way connection? Similarly to the east of Brockton Lane? Or will the stance be that those all have to maintain as they are today?
I believe they have to be
I think it
public.
would have to be evaluated. And I think maybe the question is more of what is the extent that you're responsible for? First, maybe it's that Elm Lane, I don't know. I don't want to speak to it without, we don't have our engineer in the room. We do have one of our engineers in the room, but I don't know that he's ready to speak to it today. But I would say the road network is something we've been fighting for a while. And it was very intentional with our Northeast District to make sure that we're having connectivity to allow for a true mixed-use neighborhood. That's part of, you need it to be connected areas, and so those roads support that. It's also that we have limited access points that the Henry County traffic team will allow, and this is one of them. So that especially the County Road 30 and having that access for the business park, I do think is significant. So I think it's more of a discussion of what is your responsibility.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what would be the responsibility of the commercial use that comes in.
I agree.
And it might be that it's platted, but what it is that you would have to construct more so than foregoing it, if that makes sense.
Is this a fair question, Natalie? So we have some known points. We already have construction in Bellwether, and we have some known points on 30 and 101. That's what you're saying. Do I hear you asking if there's flexibility in how you connect those known points?
Yes.
So what I hear you saying is we don't have flexibility where those known points are. But if they're responsible for everything in between those known points, can they be figuring out how they connect in order to maximize, to create your community?
Well, the reason, they're kind of set because of the wetlands. in terms of how they connect.
Right, but even how this draft from the comp plan is different than what was in the last draft for the ghost plat.
And you can move a wetland if you put it somewhere else, right?
Yeah.
It has to get approved.
That's a big deal.
That is
But
the challenge.
let's say if they could work it out, with the site constraints of.
I mean, I think we can be flexible on the alignment. I think right now what we're showing is an alignment that works without the wetland impacts, because it's not just the city that makes that call, so.
But if you could, let's say they could find one that worked better for them with some tweaks that also didn't affect the wetlands, would we be open to that if it still hit those points? I think so.
So for example, right now in the north, one of the things that he's asking about is that bifurcates the property in a way that might make it difficult to maximize the community feeling.
Yes.
But if you can still come in at the point that's known from the east, connect to the points that are known to the north, is there a way that that road, maybe it goes round? Goes round, instead of going straight across.
So,
Yeah,
like
I mean,
coming up
they're
here.
fat line markers really, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
the connections and the fluidity and the conduitness of the, are open.
Yeah, go ahead.
So
What
we
were
have
you
known
saying?
points, but how you get to those known points. Flexibility would be helpful, is what I hear you asking.
Yeah, so just so I'm clear, the plan as shown today would or could not be supported, and the path forward should be retaining commercial on County Road 30, as well as retaining this as commercial here and commercial back here.
Generally, I'd say, yeah.
Well, it has to be 50-50, correct?
Ish.
Yeah, 50-50.
So you wouldn't necessarily have to keep those commercial spots there if they ended up, if that whole development ended up shifting above. If the 50-50 is still below that, I'm not saying there's a line, but.
Yeah, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, I think we kind of talk about trying to figure out ways to integrate it so it doesn't feel like it's like a neighborhood, an island by itself. So I think that's big. There's potentially just having some commercial here, some commercial here, but I think we could look at it.
There's a neighborhood in Maple Grove that has a really unique restaurant bar. And it's in the middle of a right in the middle of a neighborhood, and it's kind of cool because it has volleyball courts. People walk there to go to dinner. So I don't see it an issue having housing right next to Mama G's, especially.
No, I'm
Oh,
not,
okay.
yeah,
I thought that's what the
as
commercial.
long as, I think as long as we're close to 50-50, I think that's
Okay.
fine. I think what I'm concerned about is if we try to go back to where we're consolidating on just the east side, but maybe that allows for,
Yeah.
maybe that is better. I don't know. We'd have to take a look at it. But I think what I'm hearing is we want to see some attempt to try to integrate the commercial uses a bit more.
Yep.
Would that require a comp plan amendment based on this piece being designated
Those,
commercial?
yeah, those are commercial. I would say those are set as commercial unless we did a comp plan amendment and rezoning. The other piece, the part along Bellwether,
Well, what would it need a comp plan amendment?
It's mixed use, isn't
it's
it?
mixed use in the comp plan. I'm sorry, it's commercial right now in the comp plan. And so in order
it's
for it to
not.
be residential, we'd have to change it.
It is?
Mhm.
Just-
Okay.
So
Just
this
the-
Yeah.
here,
Those weird lats.
And we might even have to do that for the little bit that is directly adjacent to Bellwether. But I would say, I think that makes sense, and then keeping the commercial area south of there.
Yeah.
And then potentially, again, I think having some commercial frontage on 30 makes sense. And then having the residential area kind of surround it after that point. But we could certainly continue to work with the applicant on what makes sense. I'm hearing that we're really not wanting to look at zoning ordinance amendments to address this, or would be more open to a PUD. So I think it would probably make sense for us to come back at a concept level once we have kind of fine-tuned this a bit more. As, doesn't necessarily need to be,
Yeah, I'm just a little hesitant on the broad ordinance amendments when we have a lot of that district in the area.
no, I think that's fair. If we do want to amend it, we want to be intentional about it. But maybe that's what I was trying to say is if we're not doing an AAW, then we may not slow you down too much if we were to come back with a concept that incorporates a bit more of the feedback.
So currently, we were proposing the site plan process through the straight zone. What is the difference with the PUD process?
Yeah, we'll talk. There is a different district, essentially. There's some district standards. I'd have to send it to you. There's a lot of information to go over right this minute.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just real quick, it just in the interest of time and such, being a concept plan and stuff, I think we've given
Yep.
both staff and the applicant our thoughts and stuff, and, this makes sense to me. It just, concept plan, is there something better? Nobody knows, just something to chew on, but before you stick all the money up front, I think there's some options.
And I certainly would
Sound
like
about
to
right?
take you up on one of those tours maybe sometime to look at the product.
Yeah, I would too.
Okay,
Yep.
great, yeah, if you could reach out to us, we.
I've driven through, and I like a couple of them that I've driven through. I've driven through two, and, it's neat. I think Natalie was
Yeah.
saying something more about trying to centralize that community space, the room and the pool and stuff to something more central. Might be the only thing if this were to come back to us this way, instead of being out on the outer edge, but there's reasons you have things the way they are, so.
And seeing this come to fruition, so I live in Chaska, and there is one in Chaska. I've gone on site and visited it because I was curious how this would impact Corcoran. And it's adjacent to a Costco. It flows, the site flows really nice. I had the opportunity to talk to some young professionals that live there. And I think that this would be a really nice addition in terms of what we offer within the community, just for people who are in transition, whether it's young people, young professionals, young families, or people who are moving out of their homes. We currently don't have any housing stock that offers this type of product, and this would be a great location to do that.
Thank you very much. And Michelle and I have cards out front. We all have cards out front if you want to grab those and reach out. Like I said, we'd like to find a time to check one of those out.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
What's that? Oh, I just couldn't tell if you're dying or not. All right. Power through. Anyone need a break?
Quick restroom if we could.
Okay, we'll recess for
Be right back.
6 minutes and. Okay, all right.
Very true.
Go ahead and call the meeting back to order.
Thank you.
And we will pick back up with 7B, which is the quick trip. I lost the full title of it, but the preliminary plat, CUP and variance requests. And we will start with a public comment opportunity if anyone would like to speak on this item. We know that there was certainly plenty of comments emailed to us that we read and at the planning commission, but you're free to come on up and reiterate that. Out of the sake of time, if you have something that maybe your neighbor has said or someone before you said that you'd like to just reiterate, if you could, make it brief that you want to agree with that statement as opposed to going back over the points, that can be helpful when there's a lot of speakers. But other than that, we can get started with whoever would like to go up.
I have two cards, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, perfect.
The first one up would be Mr. Craig Mattson.
Perfect.
I defer to Kim first, and then I'll follow Kim, is that all right?
Which,
Sure.
if that's be your
Sure.
preference. So please state your name and your address for the record.
Mr. Mayor, council members, pardon me? Yeah, my name's Kim Hayden. I live at 10182 Ironwood Court, and that's a place in Bellwether. I want to thank you for the opportunity for me to state my opposition to the quick trip. I understand that the council members have a criteria that they use to evaluate their proposals and plans. And I've reviewed some of that criteria, and I would like to discuss two of those. The first one is, does the project enhance public welfare and will not be detrimental or endanger public health, safety, morals, and comfort? So let me read a couple of statistics. From the April report using the U.S. Bureau of Justice and the FBI statistics, 63,000
violent crimes occurred at gas stations and convenience stores each year. From this report, it also shows that many carjackings happen when women are buying gas. In a separate study from an article by Total Security Solutions, 5% of all violent crimes in the United States and 25% of all robberies occur at gas stations and convenience stores. An Arizona State study titled Private Oriented Policing, it stated that operating hours are by far the strongest factor contributing to gas station robbery, particularly stations that are open 24 hours a day. The Minnesota statistics for crimes is very similar to the national average. And this information can be found on Minnesota Crime Data Explorer or the FBI Data Explorer. So, would approving the Quick Trip promote safety in our community? No, it would not. Would the operation of this facility be detrimental to the community safety? Absolutely. The next criteria I'd like to talk about is, are there adequate public facilities and services that are available that can reasonably be provided to accommodate this proposed use? Now, even though the city planning has added in the proposal changes to County Road 101 and the removal of 2 access points for Mama G's, it's still a 2-lane road. Until the 610 effect is understood, I don't think we can say, because we don't know. We don't know what the 610 effect is going to be like. So can we say that a 2-lane road is going to handle all the increased traffic from the Quick Trip? And I would say absolutely not until we know the effect of 610. So how are we going to answer that question about that criteria? Until we know, we have to say no. We don't know if the services that we have will provide everything that we need. So, I would ask the mayor and the council members to vote no for the Quick Trip proposal. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Kim.
Next card is Mr. Craig Mattson.
I'm Craig Mattson. I live at 10174 Ironwood Court in Bellwether. And I too would like to put before the city council and the mayor the criteria in which you're to judge development within the city of Corcoran. And so you must consider all possible adverse effects of the proposed Quick Trip. In particular, I want to address the potential adverse effects on adjoining property values. In a 2022 article entitled Gas Station Effect, the author described a review of 430,000 property sales in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. The author found that homes within 800 feet of a gas station appreciated only 11.9% during the 2 years of ownership, compared to 22 to 20% for homes that were further away over the same 2-year period. Similarly, Zillow has suggested that nearby gas stations and convenience stores do nothing to increase property values, rather they hurt them significantly. The Community and Environmental Defense Services have proposed the following recommendations to protect property values. One is to maintain at least 500 feet to the nearest home, or that it be buffered so that the store cannot be seen or heard by the nearest home. And they recommend that it be located located in downtown or commercial area and not in residential area. So in summary, I believe it is essential for the Corcoran City Council to seriously consider these negative impacts on the pending Quick Trip on the adjoining Bellwether and Delgane properties, neighborhoods that are currently well established and have been here for at least 3 years for Bellwether and at probably 15 years for Delgane. So I would look to the City Council to protect our property values and vote no on Quick Trip.
Thank you, Craig.
No other cards, Mr. Mayor.
Would anyone else like to speak? Okay. Then we will go ahead and close the public comment opportunity and go on to the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is a 40-page report, so, and I know we've been here a while. Most of what I presented at the Planning Commission meeting is still valid. So I'm going to try to go over some real high points through this. And then there is more detail provided in the staff report for anyone that's interested. So the application in front of us is by Quick Trip Incorporated, and it involves currently 3 properties under the ownership of Mama G's off of County Road 30 and County Road 101. The application has several components: a preliminary plat to consolidate a platted lot with an unplatted parcel and address an access change for Mama G's, a conditional use permit for a motor fuel station and a car wash site plan approval, and then 3 variance requests for Mama G's: a reduced building setback from County Road 101, a reduced parking setback from County Road 101, and a deferment for connecting to Corcoran Municipal Sewer and Water. So for the preliminary plat, so a little bit more context as well. These properties are zoned commercial, as we discussed previously, and the immediately abutting properties surrounding it is also commercial. It's our C2 district, which is intended to provide for a variety of retail and service businesses, which are oriented towards motorists and require high volumes of traffic and visibility from major roads. It's also within our northeast district area in addition to that C2 district. So as far as the preliminary plat, we'll start with that. Preliminary plat, if it meets the standards outlined, we must approve it as a city. For the most part, they do meet all the standards. They meet the minimum lot area, the minimum lot width, and lot depth. The only area that we have an issue is the setback for Mama G's is already not compliant with the setback requirement for the district. And then with this additional right-of-way will need to be provided, so that they would need a variance to allow for a setback of 19.8 feet from the county road right-of-way. And that would be, that variance we will discuss in a little bit here. As far as the access, it is true that 2 of the accesses at Mama G's would need to be closed down. Additionally, the infrastructure feasibility study identified that we would need to add a northbound turn lane at the north access point on County Road 101, a raised concrete median on County Road 101, and then the Hennepin County continues to review the need for southbound turn lanes at potentially just one of the accesses, the new accesses that would be set up by Quick Trip, potentially both. And then a new right-of-way. Here, I'm gonna just go to the plat real quick, I apologize. 147. So the plat shows the new access. They have, Quick Trip and Mama G's have worked with Ebert, which is not a part of this plat, but the property owner that will allow for a public street connection, full full access onto Hennepin County 101, which will wrap around the Quick Trip site and then provide full access to Mama G's, and that would be the first new access point. And then Mama G's and Quick Trip are proposing a shared access here, about halfway to the site, and that would be a right-in, right-out only. And so, and then the 2 access points down here would be closed once the new accesses are established. Just to keep in mind, so a variance for the building setbacks would be required to approve the preliminary plat. Alternatively, the building for Mama G's would have to be relocated to meet the required setbacks. So staff does recommend approval of the preliminary plat, maybe contingent on either variance or moving the building further west. Next, we have the conditional use permits. Oh, actually, I do want to touch on utilities real quick. Utilities are a big discussion. As you can see, it's one of the variances that have been requested by Mama G's. Quick Trip is responsible for bringing utilities to the site as well as to the boundaries of the plat. Mama G's would be required as part of the plat to also connect per our chapter, our Public Works chapter in City Code. And then Mama G's is requesting a variance be considered. Staff and the Planning Commission recommended denial of that variance, and we'll touch on that a bit more. But if the council were to decide to approve that, we would want to make sure we add a condition that we're still bringing utilities to the boundaries to allow for connections in the future. And so then as far as the conditional use permits, we have several standards to go through. So for the motor fuel station, there are 6 specific standards to that use. For the car wash, there's 2 specific use standards that the CUP would have to meet. And then we have the 7 general CUP standards. I don't know if it would be really helpful to ramble all those off, so I'm just trying to go through where work would need to be done. As far as the use standards for Quick Trip, they do meet most of them. The one area that they will need to work on is the car wash queuing. Does not have a bypass lane, and it does conflict with the circulation plan that they provided, showing how a semi would enter the site for fuel storage. There does appear to be enough room to pull that down south, especially with, in addition to pulling down the fuel storage tanks further south to reduce that conflict. So that is a condition of approval for the CUP to meet that standard. But for the most part, they have the motor fuel facilities that have a reasonable distance between the widths of the fuel pumps. And then the lighting complies with the standards. All minimum setback requirements are met. And litter control was a conversation at the Planning Commission. Staff recommends we would need updated plans to begin with showing where the trash receptacles are located. Planning Commission and staff recommended that they be located at the entrance to each building entrance, as well as the entrance to the car wash, and then a trash receptacle outdoor at the outdoor picnic tables. That could certainly be beefed up a bit. As far as the car wash, again, this one just has 2 standards. The stacking is sufficient. They are showing space for about 7 to 10 cars, but there, again, needs to be a bypass lane. There needs to be 2-way traffic essentially on the south. So that's a condition of approval that they readjust their site plan to allow for that. So there's not a conflict with incoming semi-trucks. And then the exit from the car wash is supposed to have a drainage system and with special consideration to the prevention of ice buildup during winter months. That information was not provided in the application, so that would be a condition of approval that they add that to the site and floor plans, and then provide additional details about how the ice buildup would be addressed in the winter months. So that is a condition of approval. As far as the 7 general evaluation criteria, it's supposed to be compliant with our comprehensive plan. This is a use that is consistent with our C2 district and our land use plan. And it is consistent with Goal 3 of our land use chapter to create new land use opportunities and expand and diversify the city's tax base by encouraging new commercial development. As far as the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the conditional use, promoting and enhancing the general public welfare and not being detrimental to public health, safety, morals, or comfort. There are features of the proposal that will promote and enhance the welfare of the general public. The surrounding public will have convenient access to fuel, food, and other basic necessities. Even though it is a motorist-focused use, there's also many people that would be able to walk or use their bicycle as well. We don't have a grocery store in the city, so this would be a potential market providing fresh food throughout the day with multiple, or not multiple deliveries, but deliveries coming in daily as per their narrative. The nearest residential home from the proposed car wash is 400 to 500 feet away, depending I don't have a perfect way to measure it, but it's at least 400 feet away. The sound study completed by the applicant does provide data to support that the noise levels from the car wash will be within the allowable range. And a condition of approval does ask for berming or a fence, as well as limiting the time of day the car wash dryers can run to further bring down that noise that could impact surrounding residences.
Quick question on that specific point, Natalie. What are the hour limitations proposed?
I don't have anything specific in it. We could certainly talk with the applicant.
Could we tie it to the construction hours just so that it's the same?
Trying to think of what our construction.
So the construction hours, I would say, I guess I don't know if they have data to say when are people usually using it. I wouldn't want to make it impossible. So I would want to talk with the applicant to see what they have done at other sites, because that was one of their proposals, was potentially addressing this. So, but I think we could look at limiting the hours and having.
What I've seen at other sites has been, these several other sites in Minnesota, 8 to 10 for a car wash operation.
I would love to see it to what is existing right now. If you go over to the Hy-Vee, that is open till 8 at night. I wouldn't like anything going beyond 8, especially up in this neighborhood. Yes, I understand the 400 to 500 feet distance and stuff. I understand the decibel range and such. One of the questions that I was gonna bring up, is there a quieter drying system? Instead of hearing a plane take off every 5.5 minutes to dry a car, is there a different way to dry it quieter and stuff? That's just stuff I was gonna ask, so.
I believe I saw Dean here, so he might be able to answer some of that. So, I can't, I don't know.
Yep, no, that's all right.
If you want to keep going, Natalie, and then we'll go to that.
I'm giving him fluid so he can think about it.
No, absolutely, thank you. So yeah, that is one of the conditions of approval at this time, is to mitigate the sound from the car wash. And we could certainly look at adding some standards there as well. As far as the rest of the standards, the proposed light levels do meet all requirements. There is a note in the light plan that says the canopy lights would meet it with them being dimmed at 60%, or dimmed 60%. They would have to be dimmed, I think, 40% in order to be able to meet the candle at the property line. So that would be a condition of approval. There is a way for that to be measured. There's a lumen. So that would be something that we could check on if that would be a concern later on, and we can enforce that if that were to be not being followed. But the proposed light levels that they are presenting do meet all requirements.
That would just, real quick, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Just the lighting is on the front of the building and just very limited lighting on the car wash side and the north side facing Bellwether, correct? It's just illuminating more of the building down
Yeah.
than the street lights and stuff, so.
So all of our lighting standards require it to be shielded down.
Okay.
I would say the lighting that I'm talking about that would need to be dimmed specifically is on the canopy. So that'd be
Canopy hood
along
would
101.
dim, okay.
Yeah, the building, there wasn't any concerns that I noted looking at the photometrics plan with the building lighting. So that, and then as part of the planning commission discussion, additional screening was added as a condition of approval, adding more coniferous trees and screening along the northeast, as well as screening the, northwest and along 101, and also some screening, I believe, on the southwest as well too, to screen the stacking area for the car wash. So that is another condition of approval, another way to mitigate some of the impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. But other than that, the rest of the standards, staff does feel they are satisfied. They are proposing something that will not impede the normal and orderly development of the commercial and mixed-use area surrounding it. And public facilities and services are available, and several services will be, or facilities will be required of the applicant to, based on our feasibility study that was studied by our engineering team. So, and then also they'll have to meet the final Hennepin County determination regarding turn lanes to support the traffic for the area. And then the site plan, really, There are several areas where they will need to do some corrections, and those are outlined as conditions of approval. The areas that really, the discussion that's left to discuss would be the proposed parking formula for Mama G's. Currently, they have about 236 parking stalls, and this is full. They have about 236 parking stalls, and those do get fully utilized when the volleyball courts are being used. So what's difficult with our code is we didn't really call out what a volleyball court should be parked at. So using the most similar use in our code, that would assume about 1 space for every 300 feet of volleyball court. And that would be a parking count of about 227 with what they're currently showing. I also have the ability, when it's not called out into code, to look at what other standards there are for professional standards. So looking at the American Planning Association manual, there are a variety of formulas we could choose from. The most flexible was 1 per every 1,000 square feet of court space, which would allow for parking at 142 spaces. However, knowing that they fully utilize that, are we comfortable saying that they will be able to manage their site with that amount of parking? So they would either need to, if council wanted the formula that's most consistent with what we know today is needed for parking, they would have to reduce their volleyball court space and bring back a site plan that shows how they're reducing the volleyball court space and provided the necessary parking with what is remaining. So that would be one point of discussion to be clarified.
Mr. Mayor, we need to talk about that parking and such with this because this is all owned by Mama G's.
So, yeah, so basically
Just
Mama
asking.
G's parking lot is over here.
Partial of it is Quick Trip land, so.
Yeah, well,
okay.
it's, part of the land, so
Yep.
they'd be losing
Okay.
all this parking and some more because of the right of way.
And again, I think in the planning commission, they could use some of that property to the west of
Yeah.
your arrow there to add temporary parking and stuff, or
So
would it need to be permanent parking?
temporary parking,
Okay.
yeah, they would have to add,
Okay.
they would have to add parking, in order to comply with our ordinance.
Is that wetland there too?
No, actually, that's
No,
not
it's all
wetland.
upland.
So the only little bit of wetlands right down here, and it just barely crosses the property line. So, yeah, it looks like they'd have space. What becomes tricky is we have an impervious surface limit, and because this wasn't vetted out at this point, it's possible they would need a variance. Or they might be able to be just a little bit more efficient with the parking space and show it restriped a bit differently or parking lot, and have it restriped a bit differently to be able to fit more spaces in. They have to go through the exercise of addressing it. And then I think again, if we're saying 1 every 300, it would be some combination of reducing the volleyball courts and maximizing their site, and adding parking potentially. So that would, sorry, didn't mean to do that. So yeah, that's the biggest concern with the site plan that would need to get addressed right today. And then we have the 3 variances. So we have a variance to allow the reduced building setback from the front property line adjacent to County Road 101. The staff and planning commission recommended approval of this. The proposed condition of approval was to return the space between the building and the new right-of-way to green space, as well as add some landscaping to be in line with our enhanced landscaping clause that allows for a reduced setback. The applicant did request that they not be required to restore the area between the front property line and the building to grass, green space, or plant enhanced landscaping. Staff took a second look at it, and we believe that we could, if the council agrees, we could remove the requirement to not have additional landscaping, but we would still need that to be a grass or green area, or it's restored essentially. Otherwise, it does get people try to use it for parking. So, so I would say, I think we could certainly look at forgoing trees and shrubbery in that area, but we would still want to see that turn into green space. That is not the current resolution, though. We would need to adjust that. Right now, you have the planning commission in front of you, so just calling that out. Also, a variance to allow a reduced parking and drive aisle setback from the front property line adjacent to a county road. So right now, they have basically a 0-foot setback. What I'm proposing is they're going to need to move this line for the right-of-way, and then having a 5-foot separation from the trail easement that they will be providing. And so that would still be a reduced setback from what we're seeing, but it would certainly be an improvement from the current setback on the site. So staff does recommend approval of that, and then staff and planning commission recommend. We thought that landscaping in that area might be difficult without knowing the exact location of the future trail, but that it did, again, make sense to restore the step back area to a vegetated area. Finally, the variance from the requirement to connect to Corcoran municipal utilities. Mama G's is a property that was granted utility access from Maple Grove in about 1998 through an agreement between both cities so that they could have utility services from Maple G's. So that's how they're currently served. But because of the plat and the overall development project, to be consistent with how we treated other property owners that have been a part of a plat or development project, they are required to connect at this point per our chapter. So the Mama G's variance narrative does provide their argument, and it is a fair argument. At the same time, Chapter 51 is specifically meant to address the solvency and financial stability of our system. And so far, people that have requested a similar variance we have denied. So staff and the Planning Commission, to be consistent, to make sure that we're having the long-term goals of our utility fees, the way that they're set up, and making sure that we're hitting those markers that we need, we do recommend denial of that variance request. If you were to recommend, or if you were to approve it, we would recommend that it be deferred to future development rather than having a specific year in mind. Just for the reality of staff capacity, that is something that we could easily overlook if there's turnover, and might also be really difficult to actually enforce, as was seen with the downtown project when we did utilities. So that's what I have, and I'll be happy to go over any other questions as well.
Any questions for Natalie?
And I'm sorry, Dean George is here with Quick Trip, and he's also available for questions.
We'll go to you in just right here, probably.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
And Natalie, thank you for that last thing, deferring until development of the Mama G property. I would support, just because we've kind of set a precedence with the sewer and water that was in our industrial park. We've had people that went a number of years beyond, so they've already got sewer and water, correct? From Maple Grove.
We have sewer and water from Maple Grove at this point.
So, I mean, that's one thing I'm willing to say, defer that until future development, but I'm just one, so thank you for that commentary.
And my only hesitation would be creating a precedent that ends up, like Natalie mentioned, hurting our ability to cash flow the system. But are there really many similar scenarios to this that we can foresee, where it's a one lot being split with an existing business being split?
I wouldn't want to pretend to be able to foresee it. I don't know, but we do seem to get this request at least once a year at this point.
Okay.
It's never a good time to pay your sewer access charges.
I don't think it's a matter of that. I think it's a matter of they wanted sewer and water back in the day, and we had no way of delivering it. And to double dip and make them pay double, I think that's unfair. That's my opinion, so.
One thing that I would bring up, and I didn't talk to Natalie about this is contingent on Maple Grove's willingness to continue to do this. And so that is, we just need to acknowledge with an agreement that that's a risk that the property owner's taking, because if at some point Maple Grove should say, yeah, we're not gonna allow that anymore, that's a different potential unpredictable problem.
And probably should be called out in any agreement, if that was where we want.
Don't we allow people to not defer, spread the payments of those fees, or is that only for the downtown district?
We didn't do that there either.
Red Barn requested it, that they have some kind of 5-year payment plan, and we said no at that time.
Yeah.
That certainly could be, if that was a desire, that could be something that we would want to still try to minimize how far we spread it out, because again, with staff turnover, that can be difficult to.
I think that gets
keep
too
it
much
that
into
way.
us financing it, as opposed to it just happening when development occurs on that site.
Thank you.
So, general thoughts on that part of the request?
I don't think it would be smart, thinking about the city as a municipal corporation, looking out for the well-being of the overall residence base. It's always tempting to give people what they're asking for, especially when they have a good argument. But we don't really have the infrastructure or the systems to support ultimate collection of something like that, or a mechanism to enforce. So I like to be the nice guy when there's a way to ensure that we're doing right by the taxpayers in general. I don't feel like we have that mechanism, so I wouldn't support it in this case.
Michelle and Mark?
Well, I'm thinking about the variance.
Speak up, please.
Sorry. I'm thinking about the variance that they're requesting, and I feel like with 610 coming in, allowing a closer variance to the road seems like not a good thing to do, based on what's coming in the future. And isn't their sign almost right on the road? So if things get switched, like the access points get switched, I'm assuming they'd have to move their sign too, because that's almost right on the road as well.
Yeah, I would assume that they would
Have to move that.
They didn't include the sign in the site plan, how they were
Okay.
planning to change that, but their access would be changing, so.
Maybe we could get them to put Corcoran on their sign too. So I would agree with Jeremy too. With where we're at right now, I wouldn't support that either, I don't think, right now.
And just to be clear, part of the right-of-way is not necessarily roadway. So the right-of-way is the 55-foot right-of-way that staff is recommending they adjust it to better account for some of the setbacks. That doesn't mean the pavement's going directly up to that. So would still be space in there. And then there's a trail easement as well that they would have to provide. So the parking setback would be 5 feet from the trail. So that would be further from the road than I think might be being visualized. I'm not, just want to make sure that's clear. And the building setback would be about 20 feet from where the right-of-way line is.
Yeah, were you speaking on all 3 variances there? Okay, gotcha. I think I personally land on, Jeremy, where you and Michelle were on the 3rd one. Yeah, I guess we're planning commission and staff were on all 3 variances there, personally for me. Regarding the first 2 variances, the setback and the parking setback, does any opinions on those ones besides Michelle?
I'm concerned about the parking in general. I can imagine it's pretty tough to give up the volleyball court area that would be needed to match the demand for parking with the actual parking. And I think you're going to end up with people all over that area, Bellwether, on the connecting roads, in the Quick Trip parking lot. And there's not really a mechanism for us to enforce containing the activity of the site to the Mama G's site. So that's another struggle that I have, and it kind of gets into some of the CUP criteria around impacts to surrounding properties, because if you're consuming some of the parking that the existing business needs, that's going to force that onto some other person's property or onto city streets. So I'd want to see some kind of condition around how the city could police the parking situation until and unless those courts are shrunk down to the point where it matches what they can actually accommodate. but I'm struggling with how to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the new street would be signed for no parking. So there would be, so if there were people parking in the streets, they could be ticketed. We would have to work with public safety on that, but that's some of where we struggle with ticketing, where people are parking on the street right now is because we haven't signed the area for no parking. So, but this would be signed from day one. The CUP wouldn't be the proper, because the CUP is specific to the car wash and the motor fuel station. I do think that what we would have to do with the site plan is they would, and I believe that the wording's already in there, but basically, basically they would have to provide a site plan that meets the parking formula, so some combination of reducing those volleyball courts. Because it's a site plan, we have a limited ability to add a condition onto that. Am I making sense, Don? Okay.
Mayor, Council, I think what you'd want to identify is what the appropriate standard you want to use is and how many spaces you're designating based on that standard, and then that could be enforced.
Mr. Mayor, can I offer an opinion? So I'm familiar with the parking situation at that location. It's a really popular place to play volleyball. Many people travel at least 45 minutes to get to that location because it's super competitive. There is never enough parking. So I would say we would want to go with a more restrictive more parking spaces, because what ends up happening is people end up parking on the grass behind other cars, double stacked. And you almost have to sometimes sort of figure out a way out of the parking lot. So it's not the greatest. I mean, it's been there for so long. It's everybody knows where Mama G's is in Corcoran. And I can't imagine that they'd want to decrease their volleyball courts.
At the planning commission, they said that they were willing to look at that, so that would be, I think that would be the condition that we set, and then that's the decision they make from there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Might be the best way to handle it. Do you have anything else?
No, that was just my comment about the parking. I would say that we want to have a higher number of parking spaces if it stayed as it was.
So it'd be like closer to that 300 formula than the 1,000.
Yeah.
I agree with that. I think that's the best way to approach it. Make that the condition.
So that, I believe that I'll find where it addresses that in resolution. I believe there would be a slight change to that. Okay, so paragraph 18 would be changed to the parking for Mama G's must utilize a formula of one space for every 300 feet of volleyball court space, and a site plan must be provided showing a combination of more stalls and reduced volleyball courts to accommodate that.
What counts as volleyball
parking
space?
spot for 300 feet?
300 square feet.
It doesn't seem like enough. That seems
So
like
so basically right now they're at about 236, and that came back, that formula comes back at 227, so it's pretty close to the parking that they have today.
But like 300 square feet, you know me, I'm not great with imagining how big that actually is. But it seems like that is a really large space for just one parking space.
So,
Something like
this is
right.
for the volleyball court?
Yeah, it seems like it should be like 10 spots. Like there's 6 people playing on a volleyball court, so that should be at least 6 spots for one volleyball court, plus all the other people that are coming.
So I would say 1 in 300 was a fairly, frequent
Okay.
formula that was available for
Okay.
sport courts and volleyball courts, so. But, and that's the one that's most similar, that's already called out in our code as well.
Okay.
Would it be the same resolution that we were discussing, maybe it's not actually the restoring of the green area with urban planting? You said we'd need to make an adjustment in the resolution if we wanted to do that.
Yes, so that would be resolution 2025-26.
So a different resolution.
Yeah,
Okay.
for the variances, and that would be, 1F, Roman numeral 2, paragraph 2, we would just strike that paragraph. That's where it talks about requiring
Gotcha.
required landscaping.
Okay, regarding the first,
Yeah, and I'm kinda stuck on the 300 square feet of volleyball court space per automobile. Just quick dimensions and stuff, a volleyball court, that would end up being 6 parking spots per volleyball court at 300 square feet. A volleyball court is 1,740 square feet. So if we're gonna go off of those numbers, they're only gonna be able to have 36 parking spots.
I have a question
No,
too
so
about, do you just include the court itself or also the area surrounding the court where people circulate?
So we have the, here, I'll pull it up. This is based off of the numbers they gave me as to what they, we have the deck, because there's other parts to the formula. We have the restaurant space, and that was calculated per our code. We have the outdoor dining space, also calculated per code. And then we have the area that is volleyball courts. And so that space is the 1 per 300.
Oh, okay. I'm understanding better than.
you would
Yeah,
think
I
it was
might
You
all
got
calculated by
restaurants,
that.
outdoor dining and sitting, and then the volleyball courts.
Yep.
I understood it, as you were basing all of the parking off of.
Gotcha.
There's another
My fault.
consideration there though, that you could compact the existing number of courts onto a smaller space by reducing the gaps between them and end up with fewer parking spaces for the same number of people. Does that make sense? If you go to the aerial view,
No,
Yeah, so it says
But
1
then you have to redo all the courts.
I'm guessing they're not too excited about relaying out everything, so
That's a lot of,
I wouldn't be.
Yeah, totaling 36,400 square feet is what the volleyball courts are currently at.
Okay.
So,
I think we do the 1 in 300 and do as Natalie suggested, is making that a condition. I think the other way is too much.
I agree with the ratio, but I'm concerned that there's ways to maneuver the calculation to keep the same amount of people on the site and end up with requiring fewer parking spaces.
would you want a minimum per volleyball court? Like the
Size?
sometimes formulas do that as well, as like we do 1 per 300 with a minimum of 5 per volleyball court or something, or we could do 1 per 6 for volleyball court, to your point, if there's at least 6 people going to each court, something like that.
That would
Maybe
make
it's more like
sense.
1 per 10 because of the fact that they're spectators too, if I recall correctly. So maybe it's no less than 10 per volleyball court. That could be additionally added as well.
I threw the dimensions in, just looking it up quick, what a standard volleyball court is. It's 59 feet long, 29 feet wide, which is 1,743.5 square feet, which is 6 people per, just for the court itself.
Right.
That's not any spectators.
And then you get staging for finished volleyball games coming up. They run a pretty cool event when they have their tournaments and stuff, and then obviously the nights that they're there, they've got a tremendous amount. I guess I would ask for a little bit more on them. They aren't gonna wanna have to run a business where they're gonna have to police their own parking and such, and I think it's something that I'd like to hear from them talk. I think they had some pretty good talking points at the planning commission meeting and such before we have them reinvent their wheel, so to speak, so. That's
So
me.
Are you saying you support it with like what we discussed and what's in here?
As they
Based
said
on-
in the planning,
Yeah.
meeting, they were going to try and figure out how to do more parking on that grassy area and do stuff. They were willing to help with the same concerns from the planning commission that was that night and
But
stuff.
I'm saying, I don't think we need to make it
I don't
changes
wanna tighten
accomplish
so
that,
many
do we?
things up that we are impacting a current very good business in our community.
Right. I agree.
We can't do this, especially if they're looking at, if things develop and change around them, to put an initial investment in now to make everything conform. And if things change around them over the next 2 or 3 years with everything that could possibly happen to that property that's surrounding them, and
It'd be
Quick Trip
busier.
to the north, they could have another thought of, I think they actually said in the planning commission, they were looking at doing something different, but keeping the volleyball element to the tune of 4 courts instead of, I think there's 6 there now. How am I doing? Did I remember everything pretty okay? Thank you, I'm sorry. So, we are, goodness gracious, we've been more lenient with a lot of our existing businesses down in the industrial park, and we're tightening this up, and we're spending an awful lot of time on Mama G's. It is an element of Quick Trip, but we've focused on nothing but the parking and such, and I think they had a lot of comments. So.
I'm just a little confused as to what change or not change that, to get what you were just saying, to accomplish that needs to be done in the resolution. I'm lost as to
Yeah,
what the connection is there.
if the idea is that we want them to have parking that supports the volleyball court space that they have, then I think we set the standard to 1 in 300. You probably, Councilor Friedrich, know more about how many spectators it would be more on average. But I would think paragraph 18 in the resolution would need to get adjusted for 1 in 300 with a minimum of 10 parking spaces per volleyball court, something like that. So I think we just want to set the standard, and then they'd be able to respond accordingly with what changes need to be made to the site.
I'll make a motion to amend the resolution to that effect with paragraph 18 to the 1 in 300 with the minimum of 10. Do I have a second? Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
3.
We still are gonna hear from the applicants and Mama G's,
Yep.
correct? Okay.
Yeah, and that wasn't approving any resolution, that was just changing the.
Okay.
Excellent, okay. Where were we now? Trying to get on to.
We're just talking about variances,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
Did you have some? Jeremy?
No, I'm fine waiting.
Regarding the other one I touched on, I don't think I got this to council, the green, restoring the green space and foregoing plantings. Where is everyone on that? My personal thing is with the staff's recommendation of they should restore the green, not necessarily the plantings there, would be fine. In my opinion.
And that's related to the Quick Trip element, or what?
To the reconfigure of the parking.
Yeah, so the variances are all on the Mama G's site.
I'm trying to knock those out to get to that.
So we're talking about the 2 entrances going away and the new entrance from the north side, northwest side, and changing the parking that's between the building and 101.
Correct, so
Right.
essentially we're right now, I think we were focusing on the area between the building and the right of way.
Yep.
Right now, that's used for parking, that really, there's not gonna be enough room for parking. I think someone's gonna think there's room for parking, but that's why. it
But
should be
I think the applicant or the Mama G's folks were in agreement with that.
Yeah, I
At
think
the
they were
planning
okay
commission
with that. They asked that they not be required to convert it to green space or providing landscaping, so staff proposes meeting halfway and not requiring additional plantings, but converting that to a vegetated space.
Okay. And do we need to amend?
Yes, so it would be 28, 25, 26, paragraph 1, F, 2, we're crossing out.
I'll make that motion to do that. Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Motion and second, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous? Okay. We're making progress.
Hold on,
Okay.
one second. So the draft that I have in front of me, 2025-26, you said F2, striking F2?
F22. So it's Roman numeral 2 and then the number 2.
Oh,
Providing
sorry, my
lands-
draft doesn't have number 2, like Arabic number 2, so I must be out of date.
I don't know how that happened.
I just have the plan must be updated to include this change to the site.
Resolution for 2025-26?
I think you're looking at
Yeah.
the wrong resolution, maybe. No?
2025-26,
Huh?
but this is one I downloaded on Friday of last week, so if it's changed since then.
You know what, I think at one point the numbers might have been off early on. I could be wrong, 'cause I had a note
What's in the
similar to that.
packet? This is April's meeting.
But I think we're on the same page. The actual resolution made that change.
You said F2 too?
But
Yep.
there's not a 2 here.
Oh, 1 and 2, now I see what you're talking about.
Okay. On to, let's see, is there anything else with the variances that we did not cover to get those in a state that we would be supportive of?
Yeah, page packet is, well, shoot, I'm using my packet. Page 60. Sorry, I just want to make sure we have the correct resolution for you. The packet that I have, dated 4/24/2025, does have that. So, Councilor Nichols, I apologize, I don't know how that discrepancy happened.
I blame Granicus.
Okay, so, let's blame it on that.
I don't have that one either, by the way. I only have one.
Huh?
I only have one. I don't see a two in mine either.
Okay, well, what we crossed out for the record was providing landscaping per section 1060.070 subdivision 2K within the setback to the extent possible. That is the requirement that we were, hopefully that'll be correct. Okay.
Okay, so I think that gets to the variances in order that we generally support.
So the one currently online does have F2. So 1, subparagraph F, Roman numeral 2, then the number 2.
Which page is that, Jake?
So if you go to, actually click on the quick trip packet, it's
Yep.
on page 60 of the quick trip packet, staff report.
It's page 3 of 5 of that resolution, right?
Correct. No,
Page 2 of 5.
On mine,
3 of 5.
Oh, I see what happened. You guys are looking at subdivision, you're looking at paragraph 2, subdivision F.
Yeah, so page 3 of 5 is the wrong page. If
Yeah,
you go to
you're looking
page
at
2 of 5, same thing. F1, F.
He's
So
got
there's
it on
2
there.
Numeral
Fs.
2.
He's
Yes,
good.
there's 2 Fs.
And they're both dealing with the
Yeah.
setback being restored to green
Right,
space.
but one is under 1, and then the
Say
other one,
you're
that's point
sorry,
number 2.
Jeremy.
So
Sorry,
it's
everybody.
page number 2.
I'm glad we cleared it up. I was really concerned.
I too am sorry.
So much connection and apology here. Reconciliations of
We're all good with the change, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good deal. We figured it out in the end, thank you. Okay, so that covers the variance items. On to the site plan and CUP. Does anyone have any questions or anything they want us to start with there? Or do we want to hear from the applicant?
I would
Yeah?
love to hear from the applicant.
I think if it's all right.
Go for it.
Yeah. Maybe I'm from Mama G's and maybe I'd start because some of the.
Please go up to the microphone so they can capture it on the video.
Sure thing.
State your name and address, please.
My name's Christy Bolden, I'm from New Brighton, Minnesota. Currently a partner in Mama G's. I talked to Natalie and staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission a month or so ago. That's how we're here where we are today. But I think one of the things and the reason I asked to speak before the quick trip rep is because we're here, and I appreciate the nice words from you guys on the business and what it brings to the city of Corcoran. And the minute you said that, why it says Maple Grove on the sign, it registered with me. It should say Corcoran. But, and I know we're here late and you guys have been at it for a long time, and I just want, we're here to either approve or disapprove a quick trip. Well, what we find ourselves doing is we're reinventing Mama G's business. In my opinion, in the way that my partners and I feel at Mama G's, it's kind of two
two separate things. Either the city endorses and welcomes a quick trip, or the city doesn't. It shouldn't be contingent upon anything that happens at Mama G's. And the green space up front, the timing on the hookup to sewer and water, hey, nobody wants to hook up to Corcoran sewer and water more than us. We want to cut our ties with Maple Grove. It would just be a silly financial thing to do now until we have a clear development, a clear future of the existing Mama G's site. What's going to happen here? Are we going to move Mama G's back? And we did talk to staff about lowering the amount of volleyball courts, but that wasn't now. That was when we redeveloped, that we would take the volleyball courts. And we're kind of well known for the volleyball aspect of it, so we wanted to keep a smaller component of that with, let's say, a new Mama G's. When that happens, I can't tell you if it happens in a year, I can't tell you if it happens in two. I listened to the conversation prior to this about the residential developments and the commercial sites, and I was listening and taking it all in, and I was like, well, how do we go to this particular site? And in my opinion, we need someone to stand up and say, hey, we'll be the first there, and then we'll get some more retail and some more services for the community in the commercial spaces. But until we get someone, and Quick Trip's willing to do that, they're willing to step up, they're willing to pay for the roads, they're willing to pay for the right-of-ways. We're willing to give away our 2 right-of-ways from the county, which we had that meeting, it was over COVID. That's how long ago we had the meeting to give up our right-of-ways to let Quick Trip get the other right-of-way in there. And so I feel like we're spending a lot of time talking about Mama G's, and I'm willing to do that with you guys, and happy to do it with you, and I appreciate the support and everything. I'm just wondering if it's weird to me that we're tying the 2 together, because Quick Trip's Quick Trip, Mama G's is Mama G's, and if I was Quick Trip, and you were saying, hey, we'll give you a permit to build a $2 million gas station, we'll give you that permit, but Mama G's has to pay attention to their parking. I would be like, and what if they don't pay attention to their parking? What's going to happen to Quick Trip? So I see both sides of it, but I just wanted to say that piece, and now I'll let him come up.
Sounds good.
The Quick Trip guy, and he could ask me more
Appreciate
specific questions. And if there is any concerns about things down the line with Mama G's, whether they're now or they're in the future, when we decide to redevelop that property, I'd be happy to address them all with staff, planning, with you guys. It's just, I think we're premature in that right now, because it's either Quick Trip goes in or Quick Trip doesn't go in. But how does that affect Mama G's? It should affect Mama G's zero.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
So, Dean George, 1626 Oak Street, La Crosse, Wisconsin. Thank you for having us at this late hour. I think the parking component is kind of the most important thing from my perspective, from Quick's perspective, because I know Natalie probably heard me say this a couple of different times, once this planning, once the meeting after. We are applying for a conditional use permit, and within that conditional use permit, there are going to be some conditions placed on it that relate to a property and a business that we have no control over. So we spend, a lot of money up front putting in roads, dragging sewer, putting in turn lanes, kind of the whole thing. We built a brand new, beautiful convenience store, and 2 years down the road, there's a parking snafu at Mama G's. All of a sudden, our permit is in question. And that provides us a lot of anxiety at the office, because it's something that we can't control a couple years down the road. So that's why I think has been this ask from myself and from Mama G's to maybe attempt to unentangle the two. And I've asked Natalie that before and kind of gotten an answer that because we are pulling out these access points and taking off some of that parking from the north side of that parking lot, they have to be commingled. It provides us a lot of anxiety, and that's kind of the long and the short of the way the resolution is currently crafted. So if there's anything we can do to maybe pull that out or come up with a resolution, we would love to explore it. Operationally, we're more than happy to be at this location. This is going to be a great location for us. There's plenty of growth in this area, and we would love to service kind of the city of Corcoran with kind of what Natalie said, grocery. of it was meeting with Hennepin County. It's been a 4-year process to get to this point. It's been a lot of effort, myself, a lot of Natalie, so she did a great job putting kind of this task force together. And I'm happy to answer any questions you guys have for us about how we function operationally, what we are as a company, what we plan to do in the future, and just how we are as a corporate citizen.
Gotcha. Any questions?
Thank you.
Dean?
Yeah, neighborhood quick trip.
Yeah.
Not a truck stop, not semi-friendly at all. It's going to be
Correct. Initial iteration of site
SUVs, cars, stuff like that.
4 years ago had a separate canopy for diesel fuel. We pulled that off. So this is your local 10 pump display, can accommodate 20 cars. You get one diesel pump on the outside for the guy who drives a diesel rig.
Somewhat compatible to the one in Rockford, just not
Exactly like the one in Rockford.
so big.
Correct.
As far as the semi-traffic, it's just not gonna be accessible to
Correct.
semis other than your vehicles delivering.
Yeah, so the turn
Product
movement
and
template
stuff.
you guys saw in the civil design packet probably aimed to show you what our fuel drop does and what our fresh grocery delivery can get in and out at WP 67. So that's why that's there. We're not intending to drag semis into this site. There's no room for them. There's no way for them to circulate in and around functionally.
And then the talk about the hours on the car wash and stuff, is there a way to silence the turbojets and stuff on the drying? Can you have somebody handing out towels and they can dry it themselves?
When this comes up, I don't think that we have a way to silence.
I'm just brainstorming for you.
When this comes up, we volunteer and we're happy to limit the hours of the car wash during the kind of the evening hours and the wee morning hours.
I get calls from the folks that are next to Soda Shine by Hy-Vee asking, what is the city gonna do about the dryers? And I'm like, I don't know, I don't live in Maple Grove, you gotta call your city, and then that's where they finally realize they don't live in Corcoran. So it's serious, guys, some of the stuff we get is crazy, but the lighting I spent here the whole while for the quick trip at the planning commission and such, and I think the planning commission did a great job. I think you did a great job encompassing. A lot of people have the question, why a quick trip so close to the one that's up in Dayton? I'm gonna ask that now. Why?
Because it's a convenience store. It's not a drive out of your way to get there. So there's distinct traffic patterns that utilize 81, that utilize 101, that utilize 30. They're not all gonna drive out of their way to get a gas station. You guys probably all do it. You drive down the road.
Yeah,
say,
address us,
I
not
need gas.
them. Yeah.
There's a store right there.
So again, we are all extremely concerned with anybody that has not been here in the past and stuff. We are all extremely concerned about what's happening on the 610 dump, I'm gonna call it, and all of the traffic they're gonna give us and stuff. Hennepin County is not engaging with us as to what their plans are.
Well, the problem is it's not exclusive, it's MnDOT and
county. So FYI, there are people to contact, let us know, and we'll give you that. But this has been a commercial part of the plan for a long time, and one of the uses that can be done is convenience store / gas station and such. So I'm gonna ask the question because the neighbors 450 feet away, the people across the street in Delgany and stuff are all asking, is it going to be busy 24 hours a day? Is it something that
No.
is there thoughts of changing hours instead of a 24-hour operation to a 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. at night? I'm asking just a general question.
So the 24-hour operation becomes part of our brand. It's why we like to have them all open 24 hours, so you can drive by and say, I know Quick Trip's open right now. You're not taking a guess, are we open, are we not? No, we're not busy 24 hours a day. We're busy A.M.Bs, we're busy P.M.Bs. We probably don't make any money overnight by an adventure, I guess, but we're there because it's people have this expectation that when you see a Quick Trip, you kind of know that it's 24 hours. We do have some that close overnight, and that's usually mandated by city ordinance. We don't have control of it. If we have the opportunity to keep them open, we like to.
We've got 2 gas stations in town, and both of them are shutting down. I think the one shuts down at 7 o'clock on Sundays, 8 o'clock on Saturdays, and then the other one is down usually at 9 o'clock period. So it's just two different areas. This is very close to neighborhoods and those kind of things, so I can understand the 24-hour option for you guys. You've already talked about adding the extra screening, everything else. It was a great presentation to the planning commission, and I think the planning commission came up with some really good ideas, and I think you hit all of those. Again, I hate to bring in the Mama G side. I still think us as a city should do something to work out with Mama G's as future development happens on that opportunity to connect to sewer and water down the road. But again, with the stipulation that we talked about, but that's just me saying that. But as far as this goes, I love Mama G's a lot. I'm probably one of the few people that know it used to be a supper club. Enjoyed it, I know, but we've beat up Mama G's, even though I'm not gonna give up on the Mama G deal, so I'm sorry. But on the quick trip side, I think it's a great deal. I think it makes this road a lot safer than it would be if all of the accesses were left alone and such. It turns into two, and it's a lot of good stuff, so thanks.
Michelle, did you have something?
I just wanted to ask a general question, if there's people still watching. Can you explain why there's the connection between Mama G's and Quick Trip?
Sure, I can definitely
For
do
the
that.
record.
So, the issue is stemming from a couple different things. A lot of it is tied to the access points. The fact that we are talking about losing 2 access points means that they need to be a part of the plat. The fact that the new property line that will now be Quick Trip has a fair amount of parking on it, and they're going to be losing that parking. That's why the site plan is tied to the site plan with Quick Trip. And then we only have one applicant, and then the way that we handle development in the city is we have one applicant, one DA, one letter of credit. There's definitely room for there to be side agreements as far as performance goes, but we, as the city, anytime we've tried to split it up into a dual model where this person's responsible for this person's responsible for this, it's been a mess. So we, as a policy, do not do that to keep everything clean. We have one applicant, and that's who's responsible for the work. Now, having said that, just giving a little bit of thought here, I can understand, well, parking performance on Mama G's, having that tied to the CUP could be a concern, and is not fair, because I would say the CUP should be separate. So I could look at splitting up the resolution right now to, just so that the CUP is by itself, and so it's very clear what conditions that they are being held to for the CUP. And then we have one for the site plan for Quick Trip and Mama G. So it's still doing the same thing, but there isn't confusion later as to what is a condition for the CUP that they must continue performing in perpetuity versus what needs to be done as part of this development before it gets closed out.
Thank you.
So that would need to get brought back at the next meeting if that's what we want to do, but I could certainly, that would be potentially a way to fix some of that concern.
You guys?
I think that would be a good idea. It seems more logical to have it separate to me.
Usually it's together, but I'm just trying to be creative here, and I think that would be the way to deal with it best. Do you have any thoughts?
Mayor and Council, you can also capture it in the CUP itself and allocate it that way as far as the responsibility for certain provisions, but there'll be overlap on it. If you're comfortable with setting the standards, I think the way that Natalie's proposing it would be cleaner.
Okay. And that would just delay that.
Yeah, we could theoretically take care of the other two, and then with direction to come back with this, and we could put it on consent for the next meeting if we have everything else fixed to where we want it tonight.
Sounds good. Did you have anything else you wanted to add, Michelle?
Yeah, maybe. I guess I would say that, and I've said this before, I feel like as our city grows, our zoning areas need to adjust to what's popping up and growing development-wise in our city. So I don't necessarily think that this is the best location for a gas station, because it is going to be by 2 residential areas, and with a car wash and being open 24/7, I think that poses a problem for the neighborhoods around that area. I think they'd be more amicable to having a convenience store there if it didn't have the loud blowers for the car wash and So I have reservations about that. And I also have reservations about like long-term, the upkeep of Quick Trips. What that's gonna look like 10 years from now, because it is again next to a residential area. And I know we have buffering and things like that, but, and maybe that's not something we can even talk about right now, but just the upkeep, the painting, that it looks nice, that it's kept up, being a good neighbor, as Dean would say.
I have a couple things that maybe can piggyback off and maybe, hopefully, kind of take some of the concerns that you have and that a lot of people have, and mitigate them a bit. On the car wash dryer, car wash operation front, you've mentioned it, that you've limited hours on other locations. I believe, I was doing some research over the weekend, I believe Baxter, Minnesota, you guys built one recently?
Coming up, not.
Oh, okay.
So, limited hours in Metro recently, Centerville is limited between 7 a and 9 p or 10 p. Empire Township, now in the city of Empire is same, 7 a and 10 p.
Gotcha. So yeah, I would propose that we add hours. I was thinking 8 to 9 or potentially 7 to 9 if that maybe isn't a busier time, I'd imagine for you guys. With that 7, 8, or do you?
By 7 and 9.
Okay.
Support that.
Yeah, I
So,
would too.
so that would be one amendment I would like to make into the CUP resolution. The other one would be regarding a lot of the, I think, helpful stuff that Planning Commission came back with and the changes that were made post-Planning Commission, given all the feedback, but just to kind of amp that up a little bit, and I wrote some proposed language to add, and I gotta find it here. Basically, Jeremy, can you get a quick trip?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
And can someone pass that down? So, for the enhanced screening that's been talked about, I would like to propose that, let's see here. And I'm open to, you know, if the exact areas aren't what you guys are thinking, but essentially from that point north, the northern property line, obviously except for where visibility and the roads are, and the eastern to the southern part of the building. The landscaping there be enhanced such that 50% of the trees are installed at a mature height of 5 feet for coniferous and 2.5 caliper inches for deciduous trees, and that a final screening plan is subject to staff review and approval. So it essentially just adds some of the more mature. Additionally, I guess there was, and this is already in our code, but ensuring that it's those screening areas have a 80% opacity year round. Is that already covered?
No, because that's typically for when we're like doing a screening for storage. So I don't think
Okay.
that's currently, but we could add that in. I just for the point of discussion, not to be argumentative, the west side is going to immediately abut commercial.
Yeah, and so
Okay.
so what I wasn't trying to necessarily do is screen it so much from what goes here that's commercial, is trying to, and maybe it's a smaller, you know, a smaller distance we do here, wanting to make sure that
Make
it's
sure the
screened for the
sound.
houses up here and
Got
the
it.
sound, that just because you're not directly north of Quick Trip, you might be
So
here.
that northwest corner, but not necessarily all the way down
Yes.
the building. Okay.
Yep.
The dryer is gonna come out, if you can put your green deal up there quick, is gonna be just down a little bit, now straight to the right. The dryers are gonna keep going to the building.
Right there?
Reverse, you're right, drive's on the north side.
Dryers on the north,
Stacking on the south.
Could you reverse that?
could you reverse that?
Now we'll have to redoing the site, no.
Okay,
Yeah, so from, like, the, last time I measured it, it was over 500 feet to the nearest house. The exit, so the decibels are within the range that the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency have set up. So with the addition of having a berm or fence and
Yep.
screening, that would further reduce the sound,
Yeah.
and then limiting the hours, so I
So-
think we're taking several measures to address that.
Let me read this out to you, Natalie, and you can take what you think is useful, makes sense. Applicant shall revise landscaping plan to include a combination of landscape berms, fencing, and evergreen tree rows, so that it provides 80% opacity year-round. We need to define what that northwest corner is along the north, and
So
then,
maybe 10 feet past the exit from the car wash? That, or?
would that be about
I'm.
past the exit of
No,
the car wash?
So go down on the building, so go down the
Oh,
building
I
about
lost
10
the light.
feet from the, yeah, right about there, and then that would provide.
Yeah.
Midline of the building?
Yeah, at the midline of that, I think that would work.
Okay, midline of the building.
Just kind of curious, what's the point of the midline of the building?
So we're trying to
Trying
basically
to-
get a sound wall,
Without
essentially.
making it being the whole.
So why wouldn't you just start where the building stops?
If you want
If you
to,
want
a little
to.
more, certainly could.
It'd just be
We're
more planning
trying
work.
not
On the north side, where the dryer starts, right?
So I think the idea is they wanna kind of wrap it around where the exit is.
Okay, that's fine, I suppose that's fine.
And then north, obviously, here, not obviously the street.
Right.
Here, same thing, not here. And then that's east to,
And Mr. Mayor, just out of this too, I don't wanna all of a sudden put trees up that need to be cut down later because they're growing into each other. If you do pine trees that close to each other, and as they grow,
well, it doesn't necessarily define that they have to be.
yeah, the right tree's gotta be in, so.
You know, yeah, I think as long as, I don't think we particularly care as long as it meets that 80% opacity.
Yeah,
I think 80% opacity while allowing for standard
Berm growth
industry
and
for
everything
spacing.
else.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that, yeah. That would be achievable.
And then with those minimums for the 50% maturity.
Yeah, I think I can, I'll probably have to come back to the tape, but yeah, I think I can get something drafted to
Perfect.
that effect.
Can I suggest too that you include a restriction on car wash hours?
Yes, actually, I
Yes,
have that
that
as well,
was-
7
yeah,
AM
we
to
talked.
9 PM, I have that.
I would mirror construction hours, because I think it's a similar kind of noise. And if we wouldn't tolerate somebody using an air nailer at 8 PM, I don't think a car wash dryer is that much better.
So
They're different per day though.
Yeah, I would also, they're different per day, definitely. I would also say, to keep in mind, that was because the construction's happening in the
In a
middle of
residential.
residential, and this is a commercial district. I'd also say as someone who doesn't get home until 6 o'clock, I think 7 AM might be cutting it a little short for when their peak hours are for car wash. And the decibels, I didn't mean to scare anyone by pointing out the decibels or anything, but the decibels are within range, and the nearest home's about 500 feet away. So I would say it's a little different than your next door neighbor having a construction crew with a nailing gun at that point.
But Dean's getting calls from people in Maple Grove.
it's significantly different though, as a comparison, I believe the exit of the Soda Shine over to those apartments is around,
There's no berm or anything.
I'm aware of that, I'm
Yeah,
saying,
we're talking about a fence, a berm, and landscaping. So we're
there's
taking
nothing
significant-
from that exit and that dryer to those apartments.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm guessing it's 300 feet
Yeah.
from that, so, but again, it's.
To define the gap of what we're talking about, can you pull up construction hour?
So it's 7 AM to 7 PM Monday through Friday, 8 to 4 weekends and holidays.
Yeah, I don't think the 8 to 4 would be fair
No,
on weekend holidays.
I'm okay with the 7 to 9, with everything that's gonna happen, and then if commercial gets put in, it opens up a whole nother can of worms.
So Jeremy, are you okay with the 7 to 9?
I think it should be earlier than 9.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna make a motion to, amend let's see, resolution, is it 25 with the CUP?
Yeah, I would just say, at this point, since we're gonna have to split them out into 2 resolutions, I believe, make a motion for the CUP to have these 2 standards.
Okay, I'll make a
come up
motion to
later.
direct staff to add the standard of the 80% opacity, 50% mature plantings with those sizes. I can hand you this for help with wording. And limiting the blower or the wash. Is it actually limiting just the dryer portion of it or the car wash?
car wash shut down.
The car wash from having hours of operation from 7 to 9.
Now you bring up something else to think about, and I'm sorry I rattled. Is there a way to turn the dryers off at 9 and still keep washing till 10, or turn the dryers off at whatever, and
There probably is a way, I don't know that we would do it.
just asking.
Yeah. I'm guessing you can do that, but I don't think. we
Again,
can.
I'm thinking a lot about the neighbors, folks, so if you don't want me to, I can stop.
Okay, so 7 to 9, okay, I'll write that down.
Perfect.
So you had a motion, just so you know?
Yes,
Okay.
so motion to direct staff to do that as they're doing the
I'll
other.
second.
Seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Then, is there any remaining items?
Counselor Friedrich, I didn't know if you wanted to speak on the building materials at all. I believe that the roofing is metals with, to help with degradation. Yeah.
Yeah, so we do have four-sided architecture, and the building materials are high-quality materials, brick, stucco, glass, standing seam metal roof. So the upkeep, we don't qualify each building as LEED certified, but we have done that in the past on a couple of our buildings, so they are built to LEED standards. So it's our intent to make sure that they are maintained as well as they can for as long as they can be.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other concerns? So the one is being brought back, that's 25?
Yeah, 2025 will be brought back into 2 resolutions. So then, if there's no other changes, I didn't know if there was any discussion on resiliency strategies or anything, since they hadn't chosen any quite yet. But we're done with the
Feedback
other
on that.
2.
The requirement as is still that they have to meet 3
They have to
inches.
come back, yep. They have a final plat, so that'd be
Yep,
kind of the next chance to look at
I don't
some of
particularly
it.
have a stance on which ones they have to be.
And then, so then we could theoretically approve the other 2 tonight, 24 and 26. And then this would be brought back with the changes tonight on consent for the CUP and site plan.
I'll make that motion. Do we have a second? Second, any further discussion?
What is the,
To approve the 2025-24 and 2025-26 and bring back the split updated CUP resolution for the next meeting.
Which is,
May
part of that split is the
split of
sewer water.
Yep, that Michelle brought up, and then
That'll come back.
the updates.
Wait,
were-
so the sewer and water is in the variance resolution, just to be clear. So if, so basically.
No, it was about the entangling of the.
Yes, so okay, sorry, just to make sure all have it correct. So 2025-24 is the preliminary plat. 2025-25 right now is a CUP and site plan. So I will bring back a resolution that's just the CUP for Quick Trip.
Okay.
And then a separate resolution that's the site plan for Quick Trip and Mama G's. And then the resolution 2025-26 currently approves 2 variances and denies the deferment for city utilities.
Okay, so we'd have 2,
For Mama G's specifically.
but we'd still have 2 right now to act on.
Yeah, we can act on the preliminary
One
plat
that's
and the
becoming
variance.
2
Yep.
for next meeting. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Does that everyone understand
so
it?
I'll air my opinion before I
Okay.
vote.
That's what discussion's for.
I appreciate all the creativity that's gone into trying to make this as good as it can be for the neighbors. I still feel like with the north-facing car wash, it has too big of a negative impact for me to feel good about from the CUP criteria. And I struggle with what is the long-term future of the gas stations we have as gas volumes decline. And this is a really popular high-traffic corner, so this one might be okay, but it also may not. And so I struggle with dedicating scarce commercial property to a use that might not have the market at its tail. So I think a combination of those 2 factors, it's not strong enough for me to say that we clearly meet the intent of the comp plan for commercial. And I think the impact on neighboring properties is still higher than I would want to see. So I'll plan to vote no. But I understand other councilors can certainly feel differently as they make that decision.
Okay. Any other discussion? Then I will call the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
That does not pass. Okay. Someone want to make another motion? Someone who, I think technically who made who voted against that motion. Someone,
I can't think of another condition. I think where I struggle is just the orientation is pointed right at the residential. I think maybe if it didn't have a car wash, but I don't know if they want to do that. That's a big ask at this stage. But that would probably be enough to get me on board by mitigating that impact to neighboring property.
That's why I asked if there was a different way to shift the car wash along a different side of the Quick Trip.
Would we get a different vote if we change the resolution to include everything we've talked about, with the exception of figure out a way to turn the car wash around, but as you guys already said, that's so you can stack 7 to 10 vehicles without impeding the two entrances to the north, if I remember right.
Yeah, I don't know that you'd be able to meet the stacking requirements with having the stack, because now you'd have the stacking facing the residential.
well, we haven't voted it down. It just, that motion to approve did not pass. So we're still trying to see.
You keep making motions till it does.
Well, until something either passes or until something passes to deny or passes to approve. Is there anything that can be done, Natalie, that's not as dramatic of a change to, and Jeremy, if this meets your, or helps alleviate your concerns, see the, what did I do with that thing? The little bit of curb and potential landscaping that comes up there, if that was able to be extended a little further and kind of divert traffic to head back into that, so it kind of gives you another buffer of some material, whether it's a landscape or something, a fence, something there to, shield right outside of the blowers.
You might be able to, so you want a drive aisle of at least 26 feet. So you might be able to extend it a little bit, to try to encourage people to take a right out from the car wash.
Does that?
Yeah, because then you're even getting the lights, even with the buffering. I know that, and buffering takes a while.
Well, that's what the mature helps
to
with.
mature. But again, that's what I'm thinking too, is headlights at night from
So
5 in the
no
winter.
homes immediate, so this is the vacant commercial plot.
Shut it down overnight.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's gonna be shut out, yeah, it's gonna be shut down at 9 o'clock.
Right, but I'm thinking in the winter, when you probably use more car washes and you're getting the dark at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, so they'll, but yes, we could extend that island a bit further. There's going to be planting to meet the planning commission requirements along here and here. And you'd have to do that for the screening of the headlights of these cars anyways, so that would be done.
Okay.
And then just for the reference, there's this commercial piece and this commercial piece. These are both commercial areas.
And
So-
potentially some residential to the west there.
Yeah, potentially some residential over here and multifamily. But yes, we could, that
Hey,
could.
folks, I really would like us to have the conversation, if
Okay.
at all possible, please.
Theoretically, you could put like a berm or, I don't know exactly how logistical that'd be to put a berm there, but maybe some landscaping.
I'm just trying to think of something that's not astronomically difficult to do or expensive to do that might help
Yeah,
with the concerns that
I would
some council members
say there really isn't another way to orient the car wash.
Yeah.
Because then you'd have stacking over here in the parking at
The whole engineering changes if you flip the car wash dryers and washers, and I'm not gonna agree to a redesign on the fly here at 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah, no.
That's okay with you guys.
Yeah,
Prerogative 100%.
I do recognize that the Bellwether is near, that there is quite a bit of land that is going to be commercial. Whoops, Corcoran City Park. That there's going to be land that's commercial, that theoretically there could be, commercial buildings in between this, like potentially 3 other commercial buildings in this area before we even get to Bellwether.
Just out of curiosity, what was the point of proving we hit the sound ordinance standards in the city?
What?
What was the point of proving we hit the sound ordinance standards with the noise study? Because we did that, right?
Yes, and I included that as part of the findings, and you do meet those standards, and we've added mitigating strategies as well, so yeah, that is true.
Yeah, I think if there's not another way of tweaking something that is agreeable, someone's got to come up with a resolution with reasons to deny it. That I think that the additional screening and the mature plantings and the things that we've added on and the limited hours mitigate that car wash quite a bit.
I agree with that, as per what our previous vote was.
So if you extend that island, can you zoom in a bit?
Yes.
How wide is that right now?
This, between the two, or the island?
The width of the island itself, like what is there room to do there?
About 12 feet or so, looks like right now. And this area here is about 25, a little over 25 feet. And then there's some green space right here too, so potentially some give.
And does that island protruding by the car wash have to be clear of obstructions? Or could you have plantings there?
I think
There's a timer reader on that island that says how much time you have left. I think that's it, but I don't know.
Maybe you could do some sort of sound
Maybe a
paneling around it.
fence or something. I got a quick question for the applicant, Mr. Mayor.
Go for it.
Comparing to the Rockford Quick Trip and such, the exit of that dryer and car wash is how far away from the houses across the street?
It's probably a comparable distance, but that's shielded by the building. Because this across the street is not residential, or it was when we went in there.
I'm talking straight east. There's a home right at the facing the exit of the car wash, and then there's the one right next to
So
it.
the property line is probably only 120 some odd feet, but to the house is probably 200.
Yeah, that's not far away. I did stop and talk to those folks, and they said they don't even know it, but again, I'm going off of 400, 450 feet distance from here over to Bellwether. It's a considerable distance more, but again, we're talking one property over to the compared to the Rockford one, so.
I'm just thinking, could you put like arborvitaes or junipers or something in that 12-foot island and further obstruct the entrance from the homes?
I think so, but I think so, but I don't know for sure. I'll have to see what's actually that island is actually used.
Because that would tend to obstruct that entry point through the the west entrance that provides the direct visibility.
Is there a way to condition it to, that's the goal, if feasible, if not, whatever, similar,
So I think we could also,
achievable.
so if it's not feasible there, then potentially looking at what options are on this island to try to mitigate it further with the planting choices and potentially a fence up here. something like that.
Yeah.
I think, so look at options at either, ideally extending this island. If that is not feasible, then looking at the landscaping island directly north of the car wash.
How tall is the berm?
The berm is, at this point, up to them. That was a strategy that they said they've used with quick trips that are near residential areas in the past. So it was a combination of berm, fencing, and landscaping to reduce sound, and then the hours as well.
What's been an average berm height for you? So 6 foot berm with overhead trees on top of that.
Yes, that would
And
likely be on the
At 500 feet away from that, that's pretty.
Could we get, what I would propose is we table it till next time to give you a chance to put together what that would look like. I'd like to see a view, like a cross-section from the residential area. When you have your berm and you have your trees, what is that going to look like to those people? That would help me make my decision.
So here we're at, are you gonna be able to turn that around by next Thursday? Okay, we would need, unless, in order for it to not have to go to May 8th, we would need an extension. So we would need you to submit a writing extension, if you're not able to provide plans by next Thursday that address that. Okay. If that's what we wanna do, then.
Would we also know what the parking is gonna be like by that time, do you think? Or
I
have we
don't-
already decided we're not gonna worry about parking?
I feel like that's not what the resolution says
Yeah.
right now. I think, before we ask them to, Mama G's, to significantly spend more money on a site plan, it should be for a project that's going to move forward.
Yep. So, I'm a little lost as to what the motion here would be to, bring this back, table, I guess, to the 8th.
To May 8th, unless an extension is received by the applicant, oh God, for May 22nd. You guys have no idea what's gonna happen on May 22nd, we're gonna be here all night.
I'll be gone on May 22nd.
11:06?
Yes.
Jeremy, how about the option we were talking about before of trying to extending and planting that landscape island immediately off of the building, if possible, and if not, the other one? Would that, as a condition, be sufficient for you?
Can you zoom out again to see where the
Zoom out
houses
or
are?
zoom in?
Out.
Out, okay.
This view doesn't show, do
Oh,
you have
you
a view
want
that
to-
shows the neighborhood in relation to that?
The park keeps coming up.
Yeah, well, because that's my staff report I still have to write tonight.
I understand.
So anyways, so right here, and then the way that I have measured it,
It's that little, I think it's that ranch
what?
in the upper right.
Oh, the measuring tool, thank you. Roughly, this house is about 500 feet away, right about here, I believe. Like I said, it's not an exact measurement because I don't have but about 400 feet away. I think once you actually like measure it straight to the side, it's closer to about 500 feet. But here.
Yeah, that's really right in.
So I think what we have so far,
It's also something we could potentially work to improve as something comes in on that intermediate site to make sure that we're covering screening well there, which I think is something that we definitely will be doing in general.
Hopefully, yeah.
oh yeah, because if this site, if the Continental comes in, there would be a
Or if
buffer
anything,
yard
yeah.
added between mixed use and commercial. So that is not a permanent, there will be that buffer yard, and that's a fairly significant buffer yard requirement between mixed use and RSF3.
If they come in.
Well, but
If
anyone
anything
that
comes
comes
in
in
there.
would have to, there would
Yeah.
have to be a significant buffer yard.
So that's where that protection would have to come from then.
Well, we can add, we have talked about adding a berm, 6-foot berm plus landscaping, a combination of
trees.
fencing along that northwest corner of the Quick Trip site. So we are talking about having screening available with the site, but yes, there would be potentially an improvement coming whenever this site further develops as well.
What do you think, Michelle?
You're be immediately 12 feet, and then as those trees grow larger,
Mhm.
depending on how large those overstory trees get and how much they fill out.
I mean, my first thought is that this is gonna be here for another 20 years. So to me, it's worth it to at least take a look at what that might look like, what you suggested, and come back. And I know that's gonna be a long meeting, but I feel like that's doing due diligence to make sure that we're making a good decision. At least me personally, I'd feel better about that.
The other person you could try to convince is Councilor Lanterman. Do you have thoughts?
Nope. Keep them to myself.
Yeah, well, does someone want to make a motion to that effect then?
I will move to table to May 7th unless an extension is provided. May 8th, sorry. Unless an extension is provided.
And then, if so, to the 22nd or,
The next feasible opportunity.
yeah.
I would second that.
Okay, motion a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, and thank you.
Thank you.
Get that remaining item worked out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, we will go on to new business. We have a planning commission vacancy that we are filling. Mark and I were the nominating committee this time, and I will say for the record that it was, we talked about this a bunch, it was maybe the deepest and kind of most diverse applicant pool in terms of background and what they bring to the table. There was 4 really good applicants. And I think after some back and forth discussion, Mark and I landed on nominating Jay Zachman to the Planning Commission. I think he brings a new perspective and he's a younger guy, lives off of Shuddy, I believe. And he just really impressed us on his interview. But we also have a few other people that are indicating that they want to be involved in maybe other capacities or for future vacancies. And so I think what's good that we're building a good bench as well, so.
I think it was a good choice. I think that all 4 of them were good, but just that element of where that person lives, it keeps the distribution like we've done in the past. So I would agree with what you guys recommend.
Then I will make a motion to appoint Jay Zachman to the Planning Commission for a term ending
Hey, folks, we're still meeting.
February 28th, 2028.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Perfect. And with that, any staff reports, I believe?
Mr. Mayor, the only 2 things that I'd like to point out is the Director of Public Safety sent out the Fire Services Packet, 2nd edition, to all of you. Just want to encourage you, it's a lot of information, and so as we don't have a council meeting next week, now is a great time to start getting into that, so that Matt's preparing for that May 8th, just a reminder that we have a work session to discuss those materials prior to the May 8th meeting. And then the next one, I wanted to highlight, we've talked about it before, but our quarterly newsletter, Corcoran News, it's out, information's out there. But I just wanted to give a shout out to staff. I've worked in a couple different communities that have different ways of trying to communicate. And I think that this is a really cost-effective way with a lot of information. So with the amount of information that's in here, I think this is a really great way. So wanted to say thank you for supporting this. And then also the flexibility as staff has continued to try different ways to continue to make it more accessible with as much information as possible. So I wanted to give a shout out, particularly to Aaron. He puts a lot of energy into this, and he does a great job. Okay, go ahead.
The other, one item I wanted to clarify on, I plan to bring the commercial industrial update, a draft ordinance back on the May 8th meeting. Is there a desire to potentially pause that a bit to do, the email I sent out last week talking about potentially reevaluating auto-oriented uses, the mixed-use districts, potentially trying to collect some data from local businesses to understand how many we already have and what kind of jobs and wages that they offer. Is that a desire from the council to proceed with before I bring back a draft?
My initial thought would be to push that out, given what seems to be a big workload for the next month, and to resume all of that, the update and the study after the 22nd or whatever that meeting is.
Okay, so there's a desire to do a study then on the auto-oriented
Well,
uses?
I'll leave that up to council.
What I heard you say, Mr. Mayor, was hit pause on the industrial commercial update with the workload we've got right now, and we'll revisit it.
With this item having to potentially be on a short timetable and that big meeting on the 22nd, I say we pause till after that.
So we can bring that back in July, or
June.
June 23rd?
Yeah. That's what I would say.
I'm not here June, June.
That's Monday night.
Oh, that's right, that's right.
Or the
Currently,
next.
it's a blank slate.
I don't
That's
know
part of the
who
reason why I
cares.
suggested that.
I would say July. If it's something that we can wait until July, just because there's a pretty big chunk of things happening through the
There's always
first
a
meeting
big-
in June.
There's always a big chunk of things happening though.
Well, Jay, you were saying there was a.
Yeah, so right now, the 23rd is an open slate, the June 23rd meeting, except for our ribbon cutting at the water treatment plant.
Let's
grand
tentatively.
opening.
June 23rd, is that the,
It's a Monday.
oh, okay, I was like, that's the
Before
week of the week of the.
before the.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, perfect.
Okay.
So,
Does that work, Natalie, to hopefully give you a little bit of breathing space?
Yep.
Appreciate all your hard work. We don't want to drive you crazy. Too crazy. You have to deal with us, so. All right, and with that, any council reports?
If I could just put one thing on the book, sorry to extend this a little bit longer. It would really be nice if we could see a cleanup of our corner across from the Lions Park next to New Horizons and such. The silt fences are there, the construction is done. I've asked the original person to get that cleaned up. They tell me that's in the right of way, that's not theirs to do, but the county, the city did not put in those silt fences and all that stuff. It'd be nice to get one of our entrances or that entrance cleaned up in our city. Right now, it looks awful with the piles of silt fences rolled up, the T-post sticking out. It's not very,
You're talking Hackamore?
no.
No.
across from Lions Park.
Hackamore's that
Across
way
from
too.
Lions Park.
By the road project is also still full of silt fence and blown in insulation, but it's on the Medina side, so.
Well, Kevin
I
knows.
know that project's close to getting cleaned up, so I think we're still kind of in the window of final seeding, so I would anticipate as we get through this rain, the vegetation gets established.
I've asked Beth Houston 3 times to do this, and
Oh, it's up there.
I was speaking to Hackamore on that, just.
I'm speaking to the one that we started talking about. I'd like that cleaned up, that those developers need to do something there,
If staff could
especially
look
if all of
into
a sudden
whose
we're gonna get another
responsibility that is
request.
and try to get us some guidance on that, that'd be great.
So that has been a pinch point, because it is in the right of way, but to your point, Councilmember Van Camp, that stuff was placed there by the developer.
Yep.
And so, we'll continue to.
Maybe if staff and Attorney Thames can come up with some ideas of how we could tackle that, that would be great.
Thanks.
My report, I'm gone I go to the airport in 5 hours, so you won't see me for the next week. I'll be back for cleanup day, probably. So, see you then. If you need anything in the time being, email Jay. Because I don't think I'll have cell phone or Wi-Fi the whole time, so.
Hopefully we don't need a mayor while you're gone.
If we do.
What have I gotten myself into? I move to adjourn.
We have a second.
Wait, before we get that, I did want to get a head count, because we do have to do public notice. Saturday is Firearm Safety Field Day in awards, and so just want to know how many people are planning on being there, because if we end up with a quorum, we end up with a
Wish I
problem.
could be.
And so I just want to know, as we have it on the calendar, is anyone planning on
I will
attending?
not be there.
Okay,
I will
It's a
be
fun
at work. I'd love to be there, but, I will
I'd be
be
there
at,
if I was there.
thank you for clarifying.
Would
We
that
just-
apply to cleanup day, just in case?
Yeah, that would apply to cleanup day as well, so.
cleanup day, I will
I
be
plan
there.
to be there. on
Cleanup day, I'll be
Cleanup Day.
there.
So we'll do a public notice for cleanup day, because we will have enough people. who
Don't know
justify
that I'll be there at 8 a.m., but I will be there. I get back on the 2nd, so we'll see how tired I am. I will be there at some point. Perfect.
Thank you very much.
And with that, let's go back to that motion, whoever made it.
I move to adjourn.
And I did a second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We're adjourned.